This is the meeting of the Joint Development Control Committee, testing for sound on the 17th of June.
Morning, everyone. My name is Philippa Kelly. I am the Planning Delivery Manager for Strategic Sites and Major Infrastructure Projects. I would like to welcome you to the Joint Development Management Committee taking place at 10 a.m. on Wednesday, the 17th of June, 2026. I will cover Agenda Item 1, the election of the Chair, and then I will hand over to the Chair to continue the meeting. For the benefit of new members and members of the public, I will roll call councillors alphabetically to confirm they are present. From Cambridge City Council, Councillor Flauber.
Present.
Griffin.
Present.
Illingworth.
Present.
Porrer.
Present.
Smart.
Here, Chair.
And Councillor Bennett attending on behalf of Councillor Fisher as a reserve.
Present.
Thank you. And South Cambridge District Council. I understand that Councillor Khan and Councillor Sebastian have sent their apologies, and Councillor Stobart and Rickson are attending as the alternate members. We have here today Councillors Bastanchi.
Present.
Thank you. Bradnam.
Present.
Sanford.
Present.
And Richard Williams.
Present.
Thank you. Please could any members advise if their name has not been called out or if there are any further apologies? Okay. Oh, Councillor Stobart.
I'm here. You didn't ask specifically
Did I not
about
ask
my
for you?
presence, but I am present.
Thank you. In that case, I also overlooked Councillor Rickson as well, didn't I?
I'm also present.
Thank you very much. Right, we're moving on to Agenda Item 1, the election of Chair. The JDMC's standing orders provide that the Chair and Vice Chair shall be drawn alternately from each of the two authorities. As the Chair's position was held by South Cambridgeshire District Council last year, and the Vice Chair position was held by Cambridge City Council, this municipal year, the Chair position should be held by a Cambridge City Councillor and the Vice Chair position held by a South Cambridgeshire District Councillor. Could I now ask, please, for the names of any Cambridge City Councillor for nomination for the role of Committee Chair? I will need a proposer and a seconder. Councillor Illingworth.
Yes, I'd like to propose Councillor Katie Porrer, please.
Thank you. And Councillor Stobart. Thank you. Are there any other nominations? Councillor Bennett.
I'd like to propose Councillor Flaubert, and she is her own seconder.
Can we have... Thank you, and I can confirm that is appropriate for Councillor Flaubert to be her own seconder. So, as we have two nominations put forward, we are going to take a vote now. So please could I ask members to raise their hands to vote for Councillor Porrer as Chair. Okay. Could I now ask members to raise their hands to vote for Councillor Flauber as Chair? So thank you. Councillor Porrer is elected as chair of this committee for the rest of the municipal year. I will now hand over to Councillor Porrer to chair the rest of the meeting.
Thank you very much, members. I appreciate your support. So we now move to election of the Vice Chair, as Philippa pointed out, will be from South Cambridgeshire District Council. Can I ask if there's any nominations for Vice Chair, please? Councillor Sanford. Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to nominate Councillor Anna Bradnam as Vice Chair.
Thank you very much. Can I ask if there's a seconder for that? Oh, Councillor Illingworth.
Yes, I'll second Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you very much. And can I ask if there are any other nominations? No? Do we still need to take a vote, I imagine? Or I just ask for a show of hands if everyone's supportive of Councillor Bradnam. And that is unanimous. Thank you very much. And Councillor Anna Bradnam is now elected for the municipal year as Vice Chair of this committee. So, just to confirm, the officers permanently at the table for this meeting are the Strategic Sites Delivery Manager, who you've already met, Philippa Kelly, our Legal Advisor, Vanessa Blaine.
Morning, everyone.
Committee Manager, Sarah Michael, and Committee Producer, Claire Tunnicliffe. So officers and public speakers will join us throughout the course of the meeting, and I will introduce them at the start of the relevant agenda items. Please remember that copies of the agenda and papers can be found on the City Council's website under committee meetings, minutes and agendas. And can everyone in the chamber please note that your phone, laptop and papers may be visible on the broadcast stream at any time. Please do raise your hand if you wish to speak, and remember to press your microphone just so that the microphone and the camera points to you for the people watching online. If those watching online wish to participate, please indicate via the chat column, which my colleagues from Democratic Services will be checking, if you want to speak. But please do not use the chat column for other purposes, as this is not confidential nor private and can be subject to an FI, Freedom of Information or data protection request. The process for each planning application will be: the case officer will give a brief introduction to their report. We will take questions of clarification only from members to officers. Registered public speakers will then have their say, and they will have 3 minutes in support and 3 minutes against, unless I have advised otherwise. The committee manager will ring a bell 30 seconds when there's 30 seconds time remaining, and public speakers are not able to join in with the debate when councillors are speaking. Committee will then discuss and debate the item and may obviously ask questions of the case officer. And at the end of the debate and the deliberation, I will ask members to vote on the officer's recommendation by a show of hands. And please note that only those present in the chamber can vote, propose or second recommendations. For the councillors of everybody, for the comfort even of councillors, officers and the public, I may choose to call short breaks during the proceedings. And if you do require a break, please just let me know, and I'm very happy to stop proceedings as soon as I can to assist with that. So we've already covered item 2, apologies, at the start of the meeting when Philippa was chairing. So we're now going to move to item 3. Can I please ask members if anyone has a declaration of interest, and if so, identify which report it relates to. And obviously, just to remind you, you can declare at any point during the meeting if something becomes apparent where you think you need to put that on the public record. Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you, Chair, and congratulations. I am making a declaration with regard to item 5, land north of Cowley Road, because it adjoins my parish of Milton and Waterbeach. And whilst I have received briefings on it, I have not expressed a view or any expression or judgment on it. So I consider myself to be unfettered.
Thank you very much. Just confirming your discretion is unfettered for that. So members, as you may have seen from the amendment sheet, I am going to use my discretion as chair to alter the running order of the agenda so that we can consider item 6, which is 2104-604 Full, Kings Meadow, 1 Kings Meadow, Cambridge. As you will have seen on the amendment sheet, this advised that the applicant had submitted a late change after the officer's report had been published and circulated to you all. As such, because in effect it's changing the premise of the application from an HMO to a non-HMO, I would propose that we defer this item to a future committee, because the officer will need to update their report to reflect this. And this will obviously give ward councillors and speakers a chance to review that and decide if they want to speak on it. Could I ask if anyone is willing to second the deferral? I think Councillor Bradnam got in there first. Thank you. Could members raise their hand in support if they're happy to defer this item? Councillor Bennett, do you wish to, are you in support of deferring? Yes, that's all right. think that was unanimous. So just if any members of the public or ward councillors are watching for that item, please note that won't be coming forward today, so you don't need to remain on the call. Thank you very much. So this item has now been deferred. We're then moving on to what was item 5 on the agenda. That is 26/00884 OUT, outline, land north of Cowley Road and adjacent to the Wild Park. And I'm going to ask the case officer, Trima Ahmet, to introduce this item, please.
Thank you, Chair. So as you can see on the screen today, and also in the published version of the report, the application submitted as item 5 is an application submitted for outline planning permission to construct a multi-storey commercial car park, which I refer to as MSCCP interchangeably in the presentation today, and a standalone amenity kiosk building. As has just been noted by the Chair, and in the amendment sheet, that the actual proposed original description, which is in the published version, has been updated. But the updated version of that description is currently on the screen as well. So, the outline plan application, as an outline plan application, the permission is only sought for the means of access. All other detailed design-related matters, including the appearance, landscaping and layout, are reserved for a future consideration under what is known as a reserved matters application. Just also a bit of context to this application. It's following on from detailed pre-application process started at the beginning of the year, and has also been to our JDMC briefing in February of this year as well. Essentially, the application is seeking to make amendments to the agreed Cambridge North Master Plan scheme, which was reference 22/02771/OUT, and that was approved on appeal by the Secretary of State in April 2024. And the application essentially is involving a reconfiguration of the original car parking arrangement for future commercial businesses that will be delivered as part of that master plan scheme. Also, for members that aren't aware of, for those newer members on the committee today, they're not aware of what an outline planning application is. Apologies. I can provide that for you. I mean, essentially, again, yeah. Now, outline planning permissions are used to determine whether the general concept of a proposed development is acceptable for the planning authority itself without requiring all the detailed plans up front. We'll return to this and there'll be reminders throughout the presentation. So moving on, this is the site plan. So just to identify on the screen. So the application site is currently identified in red. So this is the access route into what is the multi-storey car park building, and also the individual standalone amenity kiosk building. The current site itself consists of hard-standing areas and shrubs, with the existing access currently into the site provided off, it's not absolutely clear, but a private haul road that runs north from Cowley Road. Again, the application site, as shown in red, is related, linked to the wider redevelopment of this area, which is denoted in this blue outline, and which I refer to again as the Cambridge North Master Plan. Summary plan background to these proposals will shortly be provided. So this on the next. So this is the overview of that, the extant wider Cambridge North Master Plan scheme and what it comprises. So again, the full extent of the Cambridge North Master Plan scheme and its relationship with the current application area is shown here in this slide. The approved Cambridge North Master Plan scheme was a hybrid of outline and detailed elements. In total, the approved Cambridge North Master Plan scheme provides for up to 425 residential units across 3 individual blocks. So this is the residential phase, and these are the 3 blocks that we have here. There's also 5 commercial buildings totaling approximately a floor area of about 53,700 square metres, and that's net internal area. 598 commercial car parking spaces, which are located in the individual basements of these buildings here that I'm pointing to. And also a wild park with allotments that are sited to the northeast corner of the actual master plan site. That wild park is effectively a community recreation area comprising open mosaic habitat, pond and areas of natural play. So just turning back to the outline elements, there are, as I say, the hybrid scheme, the approved hybrid scheme, consists of outline and detail components. The outline components are these orange buildings denoted here. That means effectively their detailed design will be coming forward as part of future reserved matters applications. Currently at present, and it is noted in the actual published version of the report, there is an application that's already come forward for the residential quarter phase. The detailed elements consist of 3 buildings here, which is 1 Milton Avenue, 1 and 3 Station Road, and also includes a mobility hub. Just to find what the mobility hub is, the mobility hub is a building that provides for all the car parking for Cambridge North Rail passengers, users of the Cambridge North Railway Station. So moving on, again, just simply saying this application is supported by a suite of plans. Key to the proposals is this outline parameter plan. Again, simply providing a very high-level identification of the location of that building, the scope or extent of that building, and also its means of access. And again, as mentioned earlier, the design of the multi-storey car park building is reserved at this stage, but this gives you an idea of what the ground floor layout may be, you know, including obviously the car parking space and the circulation. In terms of the total amount of car parking that's required, you're looking at effectively a capacity for 600 car parking spaces. And it's provided at ground and plus 3 additional levels. And there will also be electric vehicle provision within. And this is just simply an image of, the amenity kiosk and how that sits within a landscaped public realm. So you can see part of the outline of the area which will be the multi-storey car park. This area here is the wild park area that was referred to just a moment ago. This is just simply a slide just to give you an idea of what the planting or tree buffering is adjacent to the car park and the wild park itself. And this slide is simply a summary of the so-called planning balance. There's more detail contained within section 18 of the report. That's pages 42 and 44. Effectively, there are these proposals, as they are amending proposals to that wider consented scheme, Cambridge North Master Plan, these proposals will start to facilitate some of those objectives achieved at that stage, which are listed on the left-hand side here. And the recommendation is, the principal proposals for both these are considered consistent with local and national planning policies. It's also compatible within the approved remit of the Cambridge North Master Plan scheme. And the officer recommendation subsequently is for outline planning permission to be given subject to those conditions, which are also set out in section 21 of the report. And that's on page 45 onwards. And that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much to the officer for his helpful presentation. So we now move to questions of clarification. I am extremely keen that these are questions that are short, factual, and we don't descend into debate. I'm more than happy if things come up later during the debate that are questions of clarification that you can also ask them if that's more relevant. So I'm really hoping this will be a relatively short thing just to clarify anything that perhaps you feel is missing, that's incorrect, or that you maybe need some measurements or different plans for. So does anyone have any questions of clarification? Okay, so I think Councillor Bennett first, and then I'll work my way from the back forward.
Thank you, Chair. I have a lot of very short questions. I wasn't able to attend the developer presentation, at which I might have had an opportunity to raise that because I wasn't an alternate member of the committee. So if I duplicate anything that anybody's already asked, I really apologise. So the first one is, I was pleased to note in the plan balance slide that you'd mentioned potential carbon savings from no longer doing the basement excavation. That's something that I would expect to happen from removing the basement stage. But because this is only the outline plan, how confident can we be that that might be achieved? So that's question one. Question two is that when this was a proposal for basement parking, we'd have had some automatic phasing of the provision of the employment spaces and of the parking spaces. And I note that you've already put in a condition, attempted to put in a condition as to when the car park should be brought forward. But you can't build part of a car park at once. So I just wondered if you could talk a bit more about what the phasing condition is and whether it's expected that there'll be parking nuisance to surrounding residential and commercial areas. And at this point, I think I've used up my chair's patience for short questions, so I'll shut up.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bennett. I'll just take a few more questions if that's all right. Is that okay? Okay, Councillor Bosanchi, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm new to the committee, and I understand that this is consistent with the sort of North Cambridge Master Plan and the local plan, but I would still appreciate some clarification of what's the sort of typical use cases for this car park. Are people commuters using the train station? Are they attending local businesses, where they're coming from, and that sort of picture? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stobart.
Thank you, Chair. So very simply, is today's consideration just the car park, or does it include some of the park, the adjacent tree planting, some of the generally planted areas next to the car park? Does it or doesn't it?
Thank you very much, Councillor Stobart. Are you happy to come to you now, Chumut, and then we'll move on to Anne, Councillor Bradnam and anyone else after that. Thank you.
I'll try and do these in the order that the questions are raised. So in terms of seeking reassurance that the basements will be effectively removed as such, and the provision of those car parking and cycle parking spaces will be decanted elsewhere. So I can reassure you that they can only implement one of these permissions ultimately, either the consented scheme or, sorry,
Sorry, that wasn't the question I was asking, and I
Through me,
apologise
please,
if it's
Councillor Bennett.
unclear.
Yeah, well, let's let him finish, then we'll come back.
Okay. Do you want me to move on to the next part of that question, or the next question that you had? It was the phasing condition that we've imposed or included as part of the recommendation. So if we turn to the wording of that condition, well, the premise of the need for that was that we have received an indicative phasing plan as part of the submission. However, we felt it was insufficient for that, in terms of its detail and, our understanding of how that would work as each of those commercial buildings are actually delivered over time. So we're seeking, effectively, a greater appreciation, really, in its broadest terms, as to how adequate levels of car parking will be brought forward as each of those buildings are completed and then occupied to ensure that sufficient parking is provided. But at the same time, at a point in time which we're not certain of yet, because we've not been given that level of detail, the multi-storey car park itself will be constructed and completed, and whereby at the same time where there will be temporary car parking, that will be decanted into the multi-storey car park as it's been constructed. It's not a straightforward exercise, and it is a sequencing point, hence why the condition itself exists, to understand how that's going to work as the master plan and its development is delivered. Does that answer the question?
I think Philippa wanted to have a quick word.
If I may, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to offer reassurances that officers are satisfied that there will be enough safeguards through the planning conditions that Chum has referenced. So we have condition, I think it's 4 and 13, 4 related to the car park strategy and the phasing and the decanting, but also you raised a question about sustainability potentials as well, and condition 13 requires the sustainable design post-construction statement details. So in answer to your question, your point of clarification, yes, officers are very satisfied that the conditions will provide those safeguards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll just let Chuma answer the next questions and then we'll come back, if that's okay.
The question, so if I understood it correctly, was who would be ultimately be users of the multi-storey car park. So I'm not sure as to where they'll all be coming, but they'll be ultimately occupiers. It will be the employees of the occupiers of each of these commercial buildings as shown on this image. So these are all the commercial buildings. So 1 Chesterton Square, 2 Milton Avenue, 1 Milton Avenue, 1 and 3 Station Road. So it'll be the occupiers of those buildings. They will be the people that have exclusive use of this car park. As to where they're all coming from, that they'll be coming from either local and also from further away.
And then I think we had Councillor Stobart asking about whether the red line included some of the trees and landscaping or just the actual car park.
Yeah, so the extent of the application sites, I'll probably just go right the way back. It does exclude landscaping. It was just purely for indicative purposes, the slide that I showed you where it's interfaced with the Wild Park. But this is strictly dealing with the access into the car park as well as the extent of that potential future car park building.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bennett, were you happy with that or did you want to come back?
I think I'm happy that Philippa picked up my question, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you very much, Chair. My question was for clarification that this is simply relocation of parking that was previously destined to be in the basements of the commercial buildings and is now not going to be there. It's going to be in this multi-storey car park. So that included the mobility hub and the 4 commercial buildings. Did it not, or was it 3? So the 3 buildings in purple and the mobility hub. It was just taking the parking that was going to be in the basements of those and putting it into this separate multi-storey car park to the north.
That's correct, with slight correction in terms of the commercial buildings. There are 5 of them in total.
Sorry, yes.
That's okay. So it's 1, sorry, I'm pointing at the screen again, but okay. It's 1 Milton Avenue, 2 Milton Avenue, 1 Chesterton Square, 1 and 3 Station Road. They're the 5 commercial buildings.
Sorry.
And also the mobility hub. And
everything except the residential area?
Everything except the residential area, effectively, yes.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions of clarification? We have two. We have Councillor Illingworth and Councillor Bennett.
Yeah, can I just clarify that the presentation in front of us is not, or the car park is not for members of the public, either those using Cambridge North or any other workspace in that area, and that the mobility hub essentially is going to be another multi-storey car park for Cambridge North Station.
Yeah, that's correct. The multi-storey car park subject to this planning application is for exclusive use of future occupiers or employees of these commercial areas and not general parking for public.
And Councillor Bennett and Councillor
Thank you, Chair. And I apologise for coming back for a second bite. I understand that if we are replacing basement car parks throughout the site with a central mobility hub, that there is potentially an advantage of reducing vehicle movements throughout the site. Is there an opportunity for further pedestrianisation of the site to make it more comfortable for cyclists and pedestrians travelling to the 1 Chesterton Square to Milton Avenue and the buildings up there?
Do you want to? I do note that because we're only considering the red line today, that might be probably to come back later, but I'll let the officer make talk.
Yeah, I can answer the question. I mean, I think the approved master plan scheme has already made provision for safe and means for access for cyclists and pedestrians in future already, and that will be delivered as part of that wider development itself. There isn't an opportunity as part of this application. It's very focused and restricted to that part of the actual development itself. Hope that answers the question.
Thank you very much. Councillor Batansky, did you have another question?
Yeah, thank you. Just to sort of complete the loop or the story. So what then happens with the basements where the cars were meant to be parked previously? Are those basements still going to be built or not built, and so forth? Thank you.
So the basements themselves will be removed, and they will be, and that will need to be subject to further amendment planning applications that come to the council in due course. So yeah, there will be an intention subject to the outcome of this particular outcome. If there is a positive determination, those applications will flow in the normal course of time to remove those and amend those buildings. That's the expectation.
Thank you very much. Councillor Badnam.
Sorry, for clarity, the basements won't be dug. They won't be there. Chuma is pointing out they will be removed from the planning application drawings, but they won't be dug. They'll just be ground floor.
Those will come forward.
Yeah, just to clarify, yeah, none of the basements actually currently exist. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, they'll be coming forward later at some point. Okay, thank you very much for the questions of clarification. We now turn to public speakers. We have Mike Derbyshire with her, who is speaking in favour of the application and to make his representations. I'll just remind you, as usual, you have 3 minutes and that one of my colleagues will ring a bell when you have 30 seconds remaining. Thank you very much.
Thank you and congratulations, Chair. My name's Mike Derbyshire. I'm the planning consultant for this scheme. I was the planning consultant for the appeals scheme. I'm the planning consultant for the residential scheme that's currently submitted. I'm also the planning consultant for the general wider master plan. So I'm aware of how all of these things link together. The applicant has been responsible for delivery of the station in 2017, the Novotel and 1 Cambridge Square. It has a demonstrable track record of delivery here and elsewhere. And it is a relatively simple proposition that lies at the heart of this application. It's a simple proposition, but delivery of a complex, multi-phase development is anything but simple and remains incredibly challenging at the moment in the climate that we're in, for all the reasons that you're aware of. The scheme in front of you, and as ably presented and written in the report, is looking at supercharging delivery. How? By removing expensive concrete and carbon-hungry basements and looking to locate the car park in a lightweight, low-rise, multi-storey car park Councillor Bennett, if you look at the planning history, just after 4.1, you'll see a non-material amendment. That's already removed the basement of 1 Milton Avenue. If you want intent, that's the building we intend to build next, subject to planning permission. We're already on the journey. Councillor Hobart, you asked about the landscaping. We've actually already amended that under an NMA, and that's also in the planning history. So we are making sure these things all fit together. And then on the left, so we clearly are trying to make that work. There are tangible, huge benefits, sustainable benefits in terms of removing the basements, many thousands of tonnes of carbon. We're also committed to the 10% active charging, EV charging, I think was requested. The number of parking spaces set out in table 3. I think the point is we're just looking to relocate the existing car park in this basement, multi-storey car park, to try and get this delivered. Point that hasn't been made is that this parking is already agreed and approved, and the actual ratio of parking is vanishingly low in terms of the parking ratios. So that number there, relative to your standards, is a fraction of the standards that you would permit. It was in accordance with the emerging AAP, but the actual overall car parking for 500,000 square foot of commercial floor space is very, very low, and we're committed to that. That's reflective of where it is. It's excellent links. The phasing is absolutely key. We've had long discussions with GMAR, and we're committed to that. Safety of users of the car park hasn't been mentioned, but that's been an extensive discussion, making sure vulnerable users are looked after. This is a major brownfield site adjacent. It's one of the most sustainable locations in the region. We have a track record of getting things done. The whole thrust of this is asking you to help us get that first phase done, so the rest of the benefits of the master plan come forward and we can deliver on this site in this market. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you particularly for addressing some of the concerns of members. I think that was very helpful. Can I just note the applicant mentioned that it's a 10% EV charging now, so I presume that means condition 5 will need to be slightly amended from the 5% that's currently in there, Chuma, which I don't think we covered in the report.
Yes, we can update the percentage, definitely.
Thank you very much. Can we just note that, please, for the minute? Thank you very much. So we're now going to move on to member questions and debate. As ever, I'd be grateful for brief questions, and obviously if someone's already asked your question, I hope you'll allow them to get the answer rather than asking it again. So I'll ask for anyone who's got any questions in the debate, and please do feel free to raise clarifications as well if that's helpful. Okay, we have Councillor Stobart, Councillor Bennett and Councillor Bradnam first, please.
Chair, thank you. So a couple of points. First on rainwater harvesting and planning for the future. And secondly on, if you will, public art. So I'll explain the context of that in just a moment. So for rainwater harvesting, one of the motivations for asking my earlier question was, what is the rain, well, in the back of my mind, what is the rainwater going to be used for? So noting that planning condition 14 talks about rainwater harvesting, I think having an objective in mind would be helpful. Now, any building has the potential to collect water, and sometimes it's a matter of what do we do with it. This is not a residential property. There will be cleaning requirements, but right next to it is a park, and the park has lots of potential to grow different stuff depending upon the amount of water that's available. So I would suggest that condition 14 is perhaps refined and polished to add that vision, if you will, of that water being deployed to support the wild park, and just to increase the scope for doing stuff like growing trees. Trees are very kind of water thirsty, if you will, and a good planting of mature trees there will have tremendous effect on the local temperatures and so on. So rainwater harvesting, just refining that condition so that the use of the rainwater is anticipated. We don't need anything sophisticated. Gravity-fed systems work perfectly well in this context. Secondly, the appearance of the car park. Now, car parks tend not to be that inspiring in appearance, and I'm suggesting that there is a public art initiative to, if you will, create a mural to in a sense, accentuate and make that car park interesting. It's visible from the railway line. It's a very good way of announcing the arrival or the departure from Cambridge to train users, for example. So if we can, consider public art, it's not mentioned in the officer report, but I would like the committee to consider that.
Thank you. Are you happy to take a couple more questions before we come back to you, or would you rather respond now? Do you know? Yep, you happy to
Yeah, I'll
respond
be
now?
happy to answer those questions, yeah.
Thank you.
In terms of the rainwater harvester, yeah, take on board your points around how the water can be reused within the wider surroundings. The conditions there is quite clearly set out in the report around trying to alleviate water stress, as we all know that Cambridge suffers from. I believe, obviously, the details that we can secure, and in that next stage to this application through the reserve matters, we can look at what that might look like and how that water can be reused. But yeah, completely take on board your point, and the potential to revise that condition to be a bit more focused to how that will be achieved. Moving on to the so-called appearance of the building again, so design's obviously been reserved at this stage again, so that would be a subsequent matter to be looked at in more detail as part of under the reserve matters. We could we've had some indicative, we've been given some illustrations of what this could be, and yes, I appreciate that car parks are not necessarily inspiring buildings, but we are fully cognizant, myself and our design colleagues, that we have a very large building which we need to somehow incorporate comfortably within that part of the location. But in terms of requiring further public art strategies or anything that's part of that, that's not something that we would think is reasonable at this stage. And we are also aware that as part of that wider scheme, there is a public art strategy already. And of course, none of that detail has come forward yet as part of, but anticipating that information is going to start to be supplied, that can obviously be looked at in context of this car park as well. Does that answer the question?
It does indeed. I hope the corporate memory will allow us to come back to that in due course.
I'm certainly happy for that to be noted in the minutes, that it was raised that in future public art should consider the car park. Discussing with Philippa, I think in effect, Councillor Stobart, you were suggesting that we amended condition 14 to make a reference to water reuse potentially going to the wild park. Philippa has drafted, in the interest of sorting it out now, rather than coming back to it later where we may have forgotten. Philippa, would you just like to read out a suggested change, which we'd then need someone to propose and second?
Absolutely. So certainly with regard to condition 14, which relates to the water harvesting, we can certainly widen the scope of that first sentence. So it would read, until a detailed rainwater harvesting and recycling strategy to include details of how the water will be reused within the wider surroundings has been submitted and approved in writing by the local planning authority. And we could refine the precise wording by delegation to officers, should that be considered appropriate. Thank you.
Could I ask if anyone's willing to propose and second that with the delegation to officers to tidy up the wording if needed? I think Councillor Stobart was proposing, is that correct? Yes, seconding. I think Councillor Griffin was willing to second. Okay, can we note that for the recommendation, please, Philippa, when we read it back later? Thank you. And we'll note in the minutes about the public art. Next. Beg your pardon, we have to vote. Yes, I'd forgotten. Can I just ask for a show of hands in favour of amending condition 14, delegated final wording to officers? 10. Councillors. Me, yes. 11. Helps if I vote as well. Okay, thank you. That's 11 in favour. Any against? Or any abstentions? There's one abstention. Thank you very much. And Councillor Bennett, I think you were next.
Yeah, I appreciate this is only an outline application, otherwise I would have wanted to discuss the informative on fire safety. I think it's number 7. I'm sorry I can't give the page number because I'm reading this on my tablet, which doesn't show page numbers.
Page 57.
Thank you. And if this was for detailed application, I would like to ask whether we're comfortable with that informative being sufficiently robust, bearing in mind we'll have a large concentration of EV charging points and batteries potentially on the ground floor. And while I'm on the subject of safety, is there going to be any CCTV in the car park? Those of us who end up working long hours and coming back to their cars on their own really do appreciate knowing that our cars and our persons are under CCTV continually.
Thank you very much. And Jim, are you happy to respond?
As you've acknowledged, the level of detail in respect to that isn't contained currently at the moment, but when we look at the reserve matters and we're in those discussions prior to reserve matters coming forward, that could be picked up in terms of clarifying that detail. I would expect, and I can't confirm for certain, but the applicant and Gloria said that CCTV and fire safety will be uppermost in their minds, no doubt.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Chima, for your presentation. I wanted to ask, thank you to Councillor Stobart for picking up condition 14 about the rainwater harvesting. I'm going to ask the same thing. But also, what I'm concerned about is that the construction and environment management plan should ensure that there isn't storage of materials on the area that is destined to be the wild park, because the whole reason for making that a wild park is because it's quite rich in wildlife at the moment. It doesn't look very exciting, but it's got a very wide range of amphibians and reptiles in there. So it would be a shame if that was used for the storage of materials to build the car park. What I also noticed that, of course, a very large area of that is going to be effectively a balancing pond next to the car park, which presumably will take the rainwater from the car park. So that's interesting because that whole area is actually almost entirely riverine gravel. And so unless they actually line that balancing pond, it will just recharge into the aquifer and it will affect our residents on the east side of the railway in due course as the water travels through the gravel, which is, I suspect, incidentally, why the basements are being removed from the plans, because the water level is very high. But anyway, hey-ho. Can I just also say, this is simply a comment. It was only reading the informative one on page 57, which alerted me to the fact of East West Rail using a whole area of the site for a maintenance delivery unit. That was news to me, and I was useful to read it here, and we'll pick up with that later elsewhere with planners, because I'm concerned to see about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bradnam. Do you want to respond? Thank you.
So referring to the condition 18, the demolition and construction environmental management plan condition on page 53, here clearly, the concern that, the wild park wouldn't be potentially used as a area of storage, etc. The details for that, again, are to be, submitted to the council for agreement prior to anything really happening in that respect. So as each of those phases come forward, just to understand how materials are stored, the logistics and where vehicles and things are stored, etc., and all that. So, I would expect that we would try and resist any so-called park, or try to prohibit as much as possible that the wild park area is not used. Understandably, at this present time, the wild park's not there as well. So if there is some kind of temporary use, it'd be interesting just to understand what that looks like. We don't know what the detail is.
But the wildlife is. The wildlife is there. So it's just to make sure, there are other places where materials could be stored that are going to be destined for buildings. But the wild park isn't destined for buildings, it's destined for a wild park. So that's the point I was making.
Okay.
Thank you. It might be useful just to give an indication of the phasing then as to when the wild park versus the car park comes forward.
pick up on?
Yeah,
the
are you able
East-West
to
Rail?
just, yeah, the East-West Rail, and are you able to just explain when the wild park will come forward, as opposed to when the car park would?
Yeah, we're not actually, clear on when the wild park will be delivered, because that's part of the site-wide phasing under the original consent, and that's still awaited, and that will be submitted. So at that point, we will know how that is coordinated alongside some of these, the DChem, when the detail come forward as part of those individual phases. So the expectation, it will be detailed in a site-wide phasing plan, which says when each of these aspects of the Cambridge North Master Plan will come forward. We haven't yet had that information. That's due as part of one of the conditions on the original consent.
Thank you very much. So you're saying it is covered by the conditions, in effect,
Yeah.
that officers will have some say on that. Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of comments. Following on from Councillor Stobart's suggestion of public art, I'm aware of a couple of multi-storey car parks in the area, particularly one in Granta Park, that have green walls. Those serve the same purpose as public art, but they also contribute to biodiversity net gain. So maybe further down the line, when we come to talk about public art, we also look at green walls. Second comment, more serious. Paragraph 6.5 on page 23 of the printed agenda. Anglian Water has objected to the application, recommends a Grampian planning condition which will preclude any development from taking place until a strategic foul water strategy has been submitted and agreed in writing. I wonder if officers would care to comment on whether that's relevant and something we need to consider. Thank you.
Do you have any other questions? I'll take any more. Councillor Richard Williams.
Yeah, just a comment, actually. On that point, I just wanted to thank the officer for the way they dealt with that in the report. And I think, given as I understand it, this development is going to include possibly one toilet and one sink connecting to the foul water drainage. I find it bizarre that Anglia Water have objected. There is a problem with foul water in this district, but not in this application. So I just wanted to say thank you for the way that was dealt with.
Thank you. Would you want to just address that as to why we didn't recommend a Grampian condition?
Yeah, so we haven't precisely reflected that condition, but there is a condition nevertheless in the report itself requiring details of that so-called future connection that may or may not be made. As Councillor Williams has just pointed out, that it is potentially only the kiosk that's going to have that connection to foul water. I can't comment. I mean, Anglian Water, these are, as we're all familiar, they're standard objections point, and importantly so because of lack of capacity. But we're satisfied that there are unlikely to be any severe issues relating in respect to this particular development in terms of foul strategy. And bearing also in mind that the wider scheme already has been, I suppose, has an agreed scheme for a foul strategy and for further information to come forward in due course.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else have a question? Councillor Smart and Councillor Illingworth? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Yes, so I was going to raise that Grampian water condition. And so we seem in committee to have started off with Grampian water conditions, and then we moved to another form of words to deal with the problem, and now we seem to have moved back. So it's a bit confusing for us decision makers, I think, to see different things coming and going. I appreciate that this particular application is, as was described by Councillor Williams, a little bit different to some of the other ones we've seen in terms of usage. So that's one thing. The next thing is the surface water disposal doesn't seem to be very clear in 6.6. Maybe we just won't get clarity at this stage, outline stage. It'd be good if we, would have been better if we had. I presume that, I've got two more points. The trip budget that we talked about with this area of Cambridge is still being met. I mean, we haven't mentioned trip budgets for a long time, but they were talked about quite a lot at the start. And finally, possibly my most pertinent point to this application is that, as is the case with other applications that have come and gone in planning committees, we've seen parking in basements, and then later on the parking in the basement gets taken away and re-provided, in this case by a multi-storey car park. Now, a multi-storey car park is not a thing of beauty. It can be an interesting sculptural object with different panelling on the outside and that sort of thing, but as was said earlier, in terms of this positioning next to an area where, what shall I call it, wildlife exists, it's not the best conjunction for a start. But just in general terms, in architectural terms, a multi-storey car park is not what we want in this city, both in terms of what we look at, in terms of the built form, but also in terms of its purpose to bring more vehicles through our city streets into the city. I appreciate that we've already got the parking provided in the basements. If it was in the basements, it's out the way, we don't see it. That's the whole point. It costs more for the developer than this proposal to put it above ground, but it's less good. So I think I've made my point. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Oh, I think Philippa just wants to come back on that, please.
If I may come back on the foul water and the Anglian water position, if I may, in response to Councillor Smart's observations, expressing I appreciate the changing position. And pardon the pun, it is a fluid situation. It's changed over time in the last sort of 12 or so months with regard to Anglian Water's position in respect of capacity issues at the Cambridge Wastewater Recycling Centre. And officers have had to respond to that position appropriately as well. And we've had to work through our own position, seeking legal advice, KC advice, to help advisors so that we are in a robust position when we come to assess applications such as this one. Anglian Water's current position is where there are major applications that fall within this catchment area, they are simply issuing a standard temporary objection. And that temporary objection is on the basis that they're doing feasibility work on capacity and looking at ways of improving capacity at the treatment works. We were expecting that report to be issued this month. I understand there has been a potential delay. It might not be till next month. But simply put, the local planning authority cannot just pause decision-making in this situation. So we've set out quite clearly our position with regard to this particular scheme. And as Chum has referenced quite clearly, it's only a modest use of water, essentially, from that kiosk. There is an extant permission which Anglian Water are obligated to connect to with regard to the car parking on this site. So I'm hoping that the way that it's been addressed will offer reassurances that it's a negligible increase in foul water that's going to be leaving this site associated only with the kiosk. And in officers' views, it would not be reasonable to withhold the grant of planning permission on this basis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Philippa. Joy, would you like to address the other questions?
So surface water drainage. The understanding is that this also equally sits within the wider remit of the Cambridge North Master Plan. Consultation with our lead local flood authority on this matter has taken place, and they're satisfied that any additional drainage that is generated by the proposals could adequately be accommodated within the pond basin that's located within the wild park itself. So that's the point on the surface water drainage issue. That's the clarification I can give on that. In terms of trip budget, moving on to there, I mean, as mentioned by the applicant's planning consultant today, the development, and it is also within the report itself, that the actual development itself does sit comfortably within the agreed trip budget for the area, and as also that was assessed against and under the original Cambridge North Master Plan as well.
Thank you. I think Councillor Smart mentioned the basements. Do you have any further comment on that? Or
The trip budget is still being met, yes. In terms of appreciate the provision of the car park itself may not be as desirable as in hiding away some of the car parking spaces, but we are where we are, and the interface ultimately with its surrounding development, and especially the World Park, that is something that we'll be exploring at the prior to the reserve matters stage with the applicants, designers, just to ensure that as much as can be done to ameliorate and satisfy ourselves that the impact of that on the surrounding areas is mitigated as much as possible. Is there anything else I can really add to that?
Thank you very much. I think we had Councillor Illingworth next. I see Councillor Rickson and Councillor Bennett, I think so. Councillor Illingworth.
Yes, thank you. Now, on page 57, it mentions the East-West Railway moving the maintenance delivery unit. I think that's currently situated at Cambridge Main Station. But to help with EWR developments, they want to move it to just north of Cambridge North Station. So this will, I think, be alongside the Wild Park or possibly just to the north of it. But obviously the access to the maintenance unit will be either through the Wild Park or around the back of the proposed car park. So I'm just wondering if we have any information from Network Rail about how they're proposing to access this unit, which I think will sit on their own land and is outside the North East Cambridge Master Plan, but clearly the access has to come through that area.
Yes. Yeah, so the response from East West Rail unfortunately isn't very clear as to where exactly this facility may be. It ultimately will be part of within their safeguarded area, of which the future DCO would then probably take forward and look at amongst everything else. But there isn't any further information we've been given at this stage by representatives of the East West Railway Company.
Thank you. I think that we had Councillor Bennett, Councillor Rickson, Councillor Bennett, and then Councillor Bradnam. Councillor Rickson, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll try and cut out the context of my question, or I'm going to try and get straight to the question, which is, the red line for this outline application is quite prescriptive, and there's been discussion about design. The red line is set out based on a very tight and, again, prescriptive floor plan. So when the design is looked at, which I know is not something that we're considering now, what's the scope there for change? Because will the red line change if the design is actually sort of thought through in more detail, I guess, or embellished, let's say?
No, so I mean, it's not expected the red line itself will change, but the red line effectively just is, the maximum extent for which the building extent, I suppose, would sit within. So it could sit within exactly those boundaries as shown, or it could sit slightly smaller, but that would be subject to that final design when we consider that at the reserve matter stage. But the red line is unlikely to change. That's as big as it gets, unless the applicant comes back and says it wants to make it smaller, but then it wouldn't achieve its parking requirements, and it's unlikely to do.
Thank you. Is that okay, Councillor Rickson? Thank you. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. I was concerned by the point made by Councillor Bradnam about potential contamination during building works to the area to be used by the World Park. And I wondered if we could have a condition that that area, which is going to constitute the Wild Park, be fenced off during the construction phase. Because, look, we all know builders, if there's an area nearby where it's easy to dump things, that is where it's going to end up being dumped. and fencing, temporary fencing is cheap, and that would seem like a very useful protection.
Do you have a view on that?
Not specifically, but other than, yes, can hear the concern and, you know, I'm sure it's not insurmountable to achieve, like, you know, for safety purposes more than anything, to safeguard that area. I mean, just also going back to the original consent, and I appreciate that not everyone will be a favour of this, but there is a contamination site investigation condition on the original planning consent as well that will look at the details of the levels of contamination within the wild park itself as well. We're talking about cross-contamination across the site as well, aren't we? So, but in terms of controlling any potential crossover of contamination, that, yeah, I mean...
It's just that I know we have very limited resources for planning enforcement, and a condition that prevents us needing to deploy those planning enforcement resources would seem to be like a win both for the developer and for us and for wildlife.
I think Philippa might want to add something, if that's all right, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. So noting the concerns that have been raised about the importance of ensuring that adjacent sites are protected and given due regard, I'm suggesting that
Do I see general consensus? I assume you'd like officer delegation to finalise the wording. Okay, if that's agreeable, do I have a proposer for that? I'm guessing that's probably Councillor Bennett. Councillor Bennett, you're happy to propose that? And do we have a seconder to amend condition 9 with an additional limb asking for identification of impact on adjacent sites, but delegated responsibility to officers to finalise the wording? Councillor Flaubert, are you seconding that? Thank you very much. Can I therefore ask if people could let me know if they're in favour of that, if they would like to vote in favour? Ooh, so we put our hands up quite high. 1, 2, up. Okay. 11. That's 11 in favour. Anyone against? That's no. And anyone abstaining? That's 1 abstention. So that is carried. And at the end, Philippa, I will rely on you to read that out. Thank you very much. Who do we have next? Councillor Bradnam and then Councillor Smart.
This was just for clarification, please, really. The planning officer mentioned the safeguarding area, that you thought that, you said that East West Rail had been a bit vague about where their maintenance delivery unit was going to be, but you said there is a safeguarded area. I just wondered if you could remind us, is that normally 10 metres on either side of a rail?
Is that for the East West
I can't honestly
Rail?
say I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. Perhaps you can come back later after the meeting. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm very happy for officers to follow that up, and obviously, if you're able to let members know. Thank you. Councillor Smart?
Yeah, thanks. Just briefly, just wanted to come back on what Philippa said earlier. I didn't get it. So you said we're waiting for something from Anglian Water. I mean, we've been waiting for something from Anglian Water for a long time, and they never do it. So I just wanted to say on the record that I've lost patience with Anglian Water. They're taking us and residents for a ride, a big ride, over 37 years. I read that they've made £12.6 billion in profit over that period, which equates to about £1 million a day. So today they've made £932,000 profit. They're just not doing anything. They're just ripping us off. So thanks for letting me say that, Chair.
I was going to say, probably not quite relevant to the red line application, but I'm sure your comments are noted, Councillor Smart. Are there any other questions. I have one question that nobody else has covered, if I may. I just wanted to ask about the cycle parking and cargo bikes that presumably the basements may have included, and I just wanted to check where that is going or not. Thank you.
Yes, you're correct that the original basements, or that's currently shown on the existing plans, do show accommodation for cycle parking. Where they will, ultimately, again, it's a case of the applicant needing to provide amending information as to how the cycle parking will be dealt with at grade and in around those buildings. Again, those conversations haven't commenced yet, and we expect in due course that we'll be able to deal with that. But the applicant is fully aware that it needs to achieve a policy compliance standard, and to reassure further that there is an existing condition on the existing site-wide permission. It's under, I think it's condition 11, which requires a car and cycle parking management plan, which details how all of these matters are going to be addressed.
Thank you. So in effect, you're satisfied that there is a robust enough way, if we build a new car park, we're not going to lose the cycle parking and things like the showers and things that would probably be nearby.
Yes, we are satisfied that we'll be able to deal with that and pick it up later. Yeah.
Thank you very much. That looks like we're coming towards the... we've got one more, Councillor Bradnam.
Sorry, it would be remiss of me not to clarify the comment from Milton Parish Council, who asked, could it be, given that this is commercial parking, they asked, will the multi-storey car park be built with sufficient piling, such that if there's a need in future to add some floors on top of it, to provide, if it transpires that there isn't sufficient parking in the area, will that be built in such a way that it could have additional floors added at a future date?
We don't have that information to hand. However, it can be asked at the reserved matters stage when we get a more in-depth look into the design of the building.
Thank you very much. I see no further hands. I think we're moving towards the vote. I'm going to ask Philippa Kelly to sum up the recommendation and note the additional amendments that were voted on and agreed, condition amendments. So if you'd be kind enough to do that, Philippa, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So the recommendation can be found at section 20 of the committee agenda. It is one of approval subject to the planning conditions and informatives as set out in section 21 of the officer report to committee. This is subject to 3 amendments as agreed today. Firstly, an amendment to condition 5, which relates to electric vehicle implementation plan, to require a minimum of 10% and not 5% of parking spaces to be provided as active electric vehicle charge points. Secondly, an amendment to condition 9, which is the construction ecological management plan, to include a reference to identifying and protecting adjacent areas, including the wild park area. And thirdly, an amendment to condition 14, which relates to rainwater harvesting, to include details of how the water will be reused within the wider surroundings. Delegated authority is asked to officers to carry through the amendments to all those conditions and informatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I therefore move to the vote? Could I ask members who are in favour of the officer recommendation to approve, noting as Philippa has those minor amendments, put their hands up, please. That is unanimous, all 12 of us, so I don't need to ask about any abstentions or going against. We'll just move to a short break. I have just been reminded by Sarah that I forgot to ask for approval of the minutes. So could I just draw our attention back to the minutes? Please note that only the people who were sitting last year for that meeting are able to vote to approve them. So does anyone have any queries or problems with the minutes? Councillor Stobart.
Chair, just on page 10 of the agenda pack, paragraph 20, I think I mentioned under this discussion about children, that there being families with children on the site in future, about nursery provision. There was something about play parks, but I'm sure I mentioned nursery provision too.
I don't know, any other members there wish to dissent from that? It does ring a vague bell, I was there, so. Are we happy, Philippa, to add that, to add and nursery provision to the minutes? It is under, I presume that's pre-application number 20. Is that right, at the top of page 10, Councillor Stobart? Yeah. So you just want to add in, how would the on-site opens, would you, and just to add, would there be nursery provision at the end of that sentence? Okay. Anyone else? Oh, Councillor Flaubert?
Chair, I'm not sure I was on the meeting, so if you could please check. I just don't remember on the meeting.
Very organisedly, Sarah wrote this all down for me and I now can't find it. You weren't there, so yeah, okay. So, but I don't see anyone dissenting, so I'm happy to assume that we're in favour of those. Agreed. Okay, so those minutes are now approved. We are obviously then moving on, not to the next item because we deferred it, and we then have a report. But I propose that we take a short break now. It is 11:15, or at least according to the clock on here it is. It's 10 to 9 on that one. Shall we come back at 11:30? Thank you very much. And can we just take the live stream? Thank you very much and welcome back to the Joint Development Management Committee today, the 17th of June. Just to note for anyone watching online, the 1 Kings Meadows application has been deferred and will not be considered today, just in case anyone's watching to see that. So we'll now move to the next item on the agenda, which is item 7, which is a planning committee review. So this is looking at the scheme of delegation, which, as those members who were here last year on various planning committees remember, we approved. And we're joined by Rebecca Smith online, who is very kindly going to introduce this report. Go ahead, Rebecca.
Thank you, Chair, and apologies that I'm not in the room, but hopefully I won't take up too much of your time. So as you've already outlined, this report represents a 12-month review of the scheme of delegation changes that we implemented this time last year, and advised at the time that we'd come back to committee in 12 months' time with a review of how things were going. So just to refresh everybody, and for those who are new on the committee, the aim was to improve efficiency, consistency, and ensure committees focus on the most complex applications. That was the aim of the changes that we made. So what we changed, we introduced a single shared scheme of delegation across all 3 planning committees, so South Cambs, City and JDMC. We aligned the criteria for when applications go to committee for a decision. We introduced delegation panels as a filtering stage to City, Committee and JDMC, and we updated the public speaking and member guidance. So the report's obviously in much more detail, but some of the key results after 12 months, you'll note that fewer applications are coming to committee. Focusing on JDMC, they've reduced from 18 applications in the 12 months prior to introducing the new scheme of delegation. And in the last 12 months since we introduced it, there have been 10 applications on committee. We've also looked using committee time differently. So overall meeting time has gone down, but the time spent per application has increased. So at JDMC, there's not been a huge amount of change. The application time was originally 113 minutes and it was reduced to 107 minutes per item. So it still remains the most intensive committee, but it reflects the complexity of the cases that are heard at JDMC. JDMC is relatively stable in its approach, but has achieved an improvement in efficiency. I would suggest partly due to the general improvements that we've made to the way business is conducted across the 3 planning committees. Thirdly, delegation panels, they're working well at South Cambs and City. JDMC has introduced a delegation panel, but it's only been used on a limited basis. Generally, the panels are helping to filter out routine cases and ensuring that committees can now focus on the contentious and strategic decisions, which was the main aim of the changes that we made. So the overall conclusion, the changes are working as intended. Fewer cases are coming to committee. There's a better focus on complex applications and we're making more effective use of member and committee time. So the recommendation, apologies, I haven't got a paper copy, but I can say the recommendation
2.1.
2.1, thank you, Chair, are that members note the report, agree that we're not proposing any further changes to the scheme of delegation, but also note that now the national scheme of delegation and national reforms have been published, which will be coming in later this year. Unfortunately, it's been published since the report was drafted, but we will be coming back with a further report to committee in the summer to clarify the mandated national scheme of delegation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Rebecca, and thank you for doing this report. I wonder if members have any questions or comments, please. Okay, so we have Councillor Bennett, Councillor Smart, Councillor Illingworth, Councillor Stobart. So we'll start with Councillor Bennett, please.
I just wanted to say that I sat on the original committee and that I've been pretty happy with how it's actually worked out in practice, and I continue to support the changes.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bennett. I don't think Rebecca needs to come back on that one. Okay, so we'll move to Councillor Smart, please.
I think it's been a successful
panel to be on. I've said a few things along the way because I've been on it as Chair of Planning and City over the past year to Toby. I can't remember all the things I've said now along the way, but one thing that has been pertinent, which might be of relevance for this committee, and I'm not quite sure if this item is going to come to Planning Committee City as well. Yeah, it is, okay.
Yeah,
so, well, I'll say it now anyway, is one aspect is that sometimes officers will bring forward an application with a recommendation to the panel, and sometimes they weren't. And I've had a few conversations with Toby along the way on that, and most recently the last one. And my strong view from the start and at the last conversation we had is that they shouldn't bring a recommendation, because I believe that it sways the decision of the people who are sitting on the panel, or the debate on the panel, because obviously it's the officer's decision anyway to bring it to committee or not. So that's one thing. That's the only thing, really, aside from saying that I think I certainly entered into this whole thing with some trepidation, because it was, I think there's a risk in life in politics generally to want to keep things secret, and we all fight against that. I'm a great believer in transparency, and I drive, everything I do towards that. And I believe that this committee has been extremely transparent in its operation, surprisingly so, almost to me. Maybe I don't know why, but the way that it's operated in terms of having ward members along to speak about schemes, and then having most importantly, having the debate between the chair, vice chair, and the officer totally transparent, in front of the, with the other ward members present, I think is a great thing. And I think that's the way that, if that's an example of the way we should do politics, it's a great example, because nothing's hidden. We can all say what we like. It's a safe space to a certain extent, I think, pretty much. And I think that's a good thing. And obviously it's not making a decision on the item anyway, it's just deciding whether it's going to go to committee or not. But I think that that's a good way of cross-party working, non-political, but getting work done for the city. So I commend the work that officers have done on this, and I think it's something that we really have done well on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smart. Rebecca, are you happy for me to take a few more questions before we come back to you? Oh, no, you'd like to come back? Go ahead.
If I could just add to that, thank you, Councillor Smart, for your kind words, and also Councillor Bennett, but I would just to clarify that the notes of the meeting are also available online. So as well as ward members being able to put a statement in, or ward members being able to come to the panels to speak, then the notes are then published online and also sent to whoever requested the application to be referred to the panel. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Illingworth.
Yes, could you just clarify the rules surrounding ward councillor call-ins of household planning applications? Thank you.
Yes, so thank you. Sorry. Householder applications can't be called in to the delegation panel. They are on the list which is in Schedule A, which are automatically delegated to officers.
Thank you. There are no exceptions to that, Rebecca. I think was there not a sort of riding the officer could if there's public interest, or is that not applicable to that?
Technically written in the scheme of delegation, there is no exception to that. Obviously, officers have and the delivery managers have discretion if necessary, but I'd say 99.9% no, it's not on the list of ones that can be called into committee.
Thank you. Councillor Illingworth, did you want to come back on that?
Yes, sorry. I was under the impression that if there were 5 objections or some number of objections, or the householder application related to a listed building, then they could be called in. From what you've said, it's a complete blanket no.
You mean referred to the delegation meeting?
Yeah, Rebecca, do you want to pick that up?
Yes, so householder applications are on the list of those applications that are automatically delegated to officers, and that there is a option or opportunity to refer to the delegation panel or call into committee. The triggers for 5 objections or more are for the other types of applications, so full applications and those that are listed in the other schedule of the schema delegation, which, as I've said, we will bring another report in the summer about the national schema delegation, but it does align with what's proposed in the national schema delegation.
Thank you, Rebecca. Councillor Stobart.
Chair, thank you. So just a few things. First of all, reflection on recent experience. A well-run, so this is the South Cams panel, well-run, fair, open, everything I could have wished, and a good outcome. But on outcomes, I just wonder if there's ever any pushback, because if there is pushback from anybody wanting to change that pattern of delegation, it would probably be quite a positive sign that we were getting the level about right. So I was just interested if there was pushback, and I've got a couple more points. I could go on, or I wondered. So Rebecca was saying that one of the criteria is complexity, particularly for JDMC. But I wonder if we need to be careful. The application might, in principle, be simple, but the planning balance could be very even. So exploring the planning balance, and that probably comes out in the wash anyway, but complexity might not be the only criterion for judgment. So comment on that. And then just finally on the kind of things that are coming to committee might actually imply a training requirement. So is our training programme being informed by the kind of delegation pattern that we're seeing? Yeah.
Thank you. I think there are 3 things there. There are pushback. I'm assuming you mean from ward councillors or
somebody who's
objectors.
unhappy with the decision, if you will.
And then there was the planning balance and training requirements. I'll hand back to Rebecca, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. In terms of JDMC specifically, I believe, and Philippa will correct me if I'm wrong, there's only been 2 items referred to the delegation panel. So in terms of the JDMC delegation panel and how that's run over the last 12 months, there's been no experience of pushback from any ward members. But Philippa can clarify. I can only speak for the South Cams delegation panel because that's the one that I run. But I would say that there has been some discussion and back and forth in terms of pushback once the outcome has been published or once the panel has been heard. I can't remember if that's been within the last 12 months since we changed the schema delegation or if it was prior to that. But yes, there has been some back and forth on, I think, 1, maybe 2 items of the South Cams panel, which looks at about 50 items in the year. So I'd say 1 or 2 out of that isn't a significant proportion. And that just involved a discussion with the ward member and a bit back and forth in terms of what further explanation to what the notes included for the panel meeting, and I think then it was understood. In terms of complexity, sorry, I wasn't clear on your question. Was that in terms of the triggers for it to come to planning committee, or what was looked at during the delegation meeting?
Well, how the decision is reached. If it's on complexity, you could have a very complex application where the planning balance is really obvious. It's heavily weighted towards approval, for example, and then something simpler where it's actually more even, and in fact you do require that input from the committee to resolve the balance question.
Thank you, I understand now. In terms of the areas that the delegation panel consider whilst meeting and discussing the application, they don't look at specifically, and as Councillor Smart had highlighted, we try not to have a recommendation on there from the officer, and we don't look at the scheme in detail. So there's 5 areas that are reviewed. which looks at whether or not there's relevant material planning considerations that raise significant planning concerns that would require a committee decision, whether there are any significant implications for adopted planning policy. We do look at the nature, scale and complexity of the proposed development, review the planning history and also the degree of public involvement. And it's when all of those areas are considered together that a decision is made on whether or not it requires a referral to planning committee for a decision or whether or not it can be done under delegated authority. Hopefully that answers that point. And in terms of training, yes, I think the 3 delivery managers are consistently and constantly have got their mind on member training, and we are populating the programme for the year as we go along. So if there is a consistent theme that is coming out of committees or is coming out of member inquiries, then we'll ensure that we put some training into the schedule for the year on that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think I had Councillor Smart and then Councillor Bradnam. Councillor Smart, go ahead.
Thanks for letting me come back again, Chair. I think it's good to have this chat, by the way, about it. Are we in public at the moment? We are. That's interesting. Okay. So I'd also say is, why do councillors call in items? It's an interesting thought. We've sort of had call-ins for a long time, but we refused the idea of it being a call-in because it wasn't meant to be a call-in, but councillors could sort of put things forward and they could be considered if they had supposedly if they had good planning reasons, although they didn't always have good planning reasons, but somehow they got through to committee sometimes. So one presumes that they probably call things in to committee so that they can speak, although actually they don't often turn up to speak sometimes. Or they might think that decision-maker councillors are going to make a different decision to officers. Dare I say that might happen, might not happen, who knows? We can never know because not both of them don't do it at the same time. Or it might be for political reasons. For example, HMOs have been very topical in the city recently. Calling in HMO applications can be politically adept for councillors. So what I would say is that there are a number of reasons why things get put through this sieve to see whether they're going to come or not. And I suppose the driver is to save resource, because I think it can cost up to 10 times as much for an application to be seen by planning committee as it can be by officers. That might be an extreme amount, but it's certainly more. So what I would say is that we need to be careful to manage this process in a completely fair way, and applications need to be seen to be having the same decision that one would have expected to have either by officers or by decision-maker councillors. And finally, I'd say one thing that occurred to me at the last planning delegation meeting is, if you bear all that in mind, I've just said, it sets the scene for this comment. So we have councillors who come along and say their piece on an item, but we don't have applicants at that meeting, the delegation meeting. So if you bear all that in mind, should applicants have the right to say something for 3 minutes about it? If maybe they have a view, maybe they prefer to have an item come to committee or be decided by officers. I know I have a view sometimes, but that's a sort of private view about what would be, who's best to make a decision. Sometimes there's a lot of detail in an application that might be a bit too much for some members, or vice versa. So just a thought. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. I don't know, Rebecca, if you want to come back on any of that.
I was just going to say, apologies, the call-in reference might be just my old use of the words that we used to use. So the trigger actually is if there's a request from a ward member for the application to be reviewed by the delegation panel to determine if a committee decision is necessary. So apologies, it's me calling it a call-in. It's actually a request for it to be reviewed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you very much. It's an interesting discussion and along some of the lines that we had at South Cams last week. So one of the things, a couple of things that have been picked up is, if a local member has requested something to be considered by the delegation panel, there's a number of reasons, and I don't subscribe to some of the reasons that Councillor Smart has suggested, but often it's because of local concerns about the prospect of the application and also local knowledge of the area, which may not be so evident to an officer. And so I think part of the reason, that things might reasonably be referred to planning committee, all things being equal, is to enable public opinion to hear the debate and to hear the democratic process being played out so that they understand the reasons why something might be approved or refused. And so my concern is that sometimes members of the public raise concerns about something that has already been commented on by a technical expert. And whilst they might be very concerned about it, if the technical expert says, no, this is not a problem, much to the annoyance of the local people, we can't take that forward into planning committee because all we'd be doing is exercising the process and saying, yes, we hear all your concerns about this one technical thing, but actually the technical expert has said this is not a problem. So we in the planning delegation meeting have to go through those 5 criteria which Rebecca has rehearsed for us. And Councillor Smart is right. We have to do that in a dispassionate way based on material planning issues, which might be taken in slightly different views by the different members, and we might come up with a different recommendation than the officers, and that is the point at which that is reasonable for something to go to planning committee. But also, as Rebecca has also said, the purpose of this review was to run an efficient and a proper planning system and not to use resource unnecessarily. And that's why the delegation meeting is really important, so that we're not actually asking a whole, gamut of planning committee and officers and members to consider something that doesn't need to be considered in committee. And, we have an award-winning planning service, and that's partly because we do things efficiently and properly. So I think this has been a very good review. It's interesting to hear people's comments. And the other thing is, as Rebecca said, the minutes have always, for those, South Kansas had a delegation meeting for some time, and the minutes have always been available on the website. So that people could look back and see how a decision was made. Thank you. That's just what I wanted to say. I think it's a very sensible, as Councillor Smart has referred to it, filter.
Thank you, Councillor Bradham. And Rebecca, did you want to come back on any of that? I think much of it was comments.
No, I don't think I need to. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Smart, I think. And if anyone else wants to speak, let me know, please.
I just wondered whether Rebecca had any comment on my question about whether applicants should be entitled to speak at this delegation panel.
Would it help, Rebecca,
think
if we asked the room if anyone else has any views on that, or would you rather speak on it first? Because I've got a couple of things. I think Councillor Smart made the suggestion that it's helpful to have no recommendation coming forward, and you also mentioned applicants coming to delegation panel, which are the two things I think it'd be useful to hear people's views on. But Rebecca, you go ahead first, please, if you would like.
I mean, I can respond on the basis of the original report and the original officer and member working group that set up the amended changes. So I think this was discussed through the original working group, which was an officer and member led working group. And the view was that it is just simply looking at whether or not there was a need for a referral to committee. It wasn't a rehearsal of a review of the application, or that everybody got a chance to make their representations on their proposal. The proposal wasn't being assessed. It was simply whether or not there was a need for a referral to committee. In some instances, applicants can have done a response. So where they've seen a request for member call-in, referral to committee, sorry, make sure I use the correct language. They have done a response, and we have had responses to ward member statements in the past. So there is that opportunity, because the member referral is visible online as part of the application file, but we aren't proposing any changes. And given the impending national scheme of delegation, which it could be 3 or 4 months before that's introduced, we weren't proposing to make any changes to the current scheme of delegation at this time.
Thank you very much. I had Councillor Richard Williams and then Councillor Bragman.
Just a quick one, Chair, just to support what the officer said. I don't think we should invite applicants, because if we invite applicants, we should invite objectors as well, just to be fair, and then we end up rehearsing the whole planning application. And given that, you know, the government's going to decide for us what can be delegated within a couple of months anyway, I don't think there's any point making any changes.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Bragman?
Thank you. I was going to say the same thing. I absolutely wouldn't support having the applicants attending the delegation meeting because it's a different process. We're simply saying, does it qualify on these criteria to go, or do we think on the basis of these criteria that it justifies going to committee or not? If we had the applicant there, it would risk falling into a discussion of the whole application and a pre-rehearsal of the whole thing, which I don't think is appropriate at all. Also, what I would say, it would be almost impossible to get everybody there at the right time. It's all held online. It's quite quick. It's sometimes the conversations can be longer or shorter. It would be very difficult to judge the timing. And altogether, it's just between the officers and the members to decide whether an application should be referred to planning committee or not. And I don't think it's appropriate. It's a different part of the process. This is a sort of an administrative exercise, and the planning consideration is a different and much more involved process. So I wouldn't support applicants coming to the planning delegation meeting.
Just before we go back to Councillor Smart, if no one else has got did you want to come back on that particular item, Martin? Are you happy? Do you want to do that, and then I'll ask my question?
I'll just be brief, Chair, so I'm speaking too many times. So I wasn't supporting that applicants should be allowed to speak. I was just raising the question of, and the context of the caveats that I put in front of me asking that question in the first place. So just to be clear, councillors are often have brought items along because they want to object on behalf of their residents. They are normally an objector, effectively, or they're standing in place of an objector. So that's their approach. And often that approach is clearly signposted by them saying something along the lines of, I won't say anything if the item is going to be refused anyway. Hence my point about having no recommendation. So.
Thank you. Yes, that actually, if no one else has got their hand up, I'll just add a couple of points, if that's okay. Having only done one delegation panel so far, I do tend to agree with Councillor Smart that not having a recommendation is helpful because it means you're just judging it on the merits of the calling criteria rather than any assumption as to what the officer's going to say later. But again, I'm happy to take views if anyone disagrees with that. So I think that's a useful bit of feedback, hopefully, for Rebecca and her team. I think in terms of looking at the difference between officer decisions and committee, I found it quite useful at City as we get a list of all the appeals and whether they're upheld or not, and I'm normally pretty reassured that there's fairly consistent between there's not many that are overturned for committee or for officers, but I think that is useful information because it shows us that all of us, whether it's officers or committee, are working hopefully towards similar goals. So I think that would be useful to keep that coming forward. And I think the other thing I've said before is one of the issues for me is we have to make sure ward councillors are trained, i.e. people who are not sitting on committee. And I think both Councillor Bennett and I raised this at the training, that actually when you're sitting on committee, obviously it's really obvious what's material, it's really obvious what decisions can and can't be taken into account. But I worry sometimes that we train planners, but we don't train ward councillors, who obviously then potentially aren't best placed to advise residents on what might be material. Because it's really sad sometimes when you have an objector who comes in with a 3-minute speech, none of which are material. And I think that would be an area of training I would really ask Rebecca and her team to think about more as to what we can do to help ward councillors understand how they advise their residents most effectively, so they can put in objections or support, but equally so that they don't spend a lot of time doing things that aren't material. Because planning isn't always logical, but we are bound by the NPPF. So I think, so those are my comments. Does anyone have any views on not having a recommendation to delegation panel? I appreciate there's probably only 4 or 5 people who've sat on it here, but Councillor Bennett, obviously I think you've been as ward councillor at least, haven't you?
Yeah. Well, the delegation panel is a lot earlier than the meeting, and sometimes you don't have all the information available to the panel. So it would be rather unfortunate to have an obligation to have a recommendation, because the subsequent information might change that.
Yeah, that would be my feeling as well. And also, even if there's a vague idea, it's helpful not to know actually. In my opinion, Councillor Bradnan.
Yes, I tend to agree that it's better not to know in many cases. And, you know, and as you say, that the report is often coming to the delegation panel as the case officer is generating the report, so they may not have come to a conclusion themselves about whether they want to recommend approval or refusal. But the other thing is that you can always say, you know, if you're minded to approve, we'd like it to come to committee, and if you're minded to refuse, we are happy with that. Or, you know, so you know, that can be a decision of the delegation panel.
Thank you. I must admit that wasn't what we were told at City delegation panel. It's like, because I'd historically always done that, only call it in if it's X or Y, if I was a ward councillor. But I don't know if Rebecca wants to comment on that.
If I could clarify, we do try to ensure that officers don't put a recommendation on when they give their presentation, because as others have said, sometimes it does tend to sway the thoughts of the delegation panel. In my experience, we have had one application recently that was discussed at the delegation panel where it was quite clear that all the consultees were objecting to the proposal. It was quite clear that all the residents were objecting to the proposal, and so it was quite clear it was also contrary to a number of policies. I think in that instance, we did make a recommendation that if the officer was minded to refuse, then there was clearly no need for it to come to planning committee. But it's not generally a decision that's made on that basis. It's the exception rather than the rule.
Oh, thank you very much. Anyone else put your hands up if you've got anything more to say? I think Councillor Bennett has. Go ahead, Councillor Bennett.
I was just going to say, are we falling into the trap of assuming that a planning decision is a binary yes, no one? Because a lot of what we do at this committee is aimed at getting the right conditions and informatives attached to the application, effectively monitoring the shades of grey. So what I'd like to say is that sometimes our impact on the outcome and why we, you know, what we're trying to achieve is not so much yes or no, but what the conditions are. And, you know, I don't find it particularly helpful to have a recommendation at the delegation panel stage, because I don't really know what the final offer that's going to be put to the committee is and what the conditions and informatives attached are going to be.
Thank you. So I think it's fair to say we appear to have reached a consensus that we don't generally want a recommendation brought to a delegation panel, which I think Rebecca has already said is in effect what's happening, but it might be helpful just to make that really clear to any officers coming forward.
I will do. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that appears to conclude. Oh, no, Councillor Smart, you're going to sneak in there. Go for it.
There is one thing that's occurred to me just from what you said there, Chair. I presume that when this goes to city planning, we'll have to take those views into account as well if we're going to have the same rules of operation across the panels, like, for example, the thing you just said about having a recommendation or not, because if city disagree, there will have to be a...
I believe it's been to South Cams already, hasn't it? And it will come to City. Can't remember next week or the week after. We've got 2 coming up. So we'll consider it then. I assume then, Rebecca, you'll take, well, obviously if there's a discrepancy between panels, you'll have to come back and talk to us.
I will do. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Are we happy now to move to the vote on this? Just point you to page 81. It's the recommendation under 2.1. Philippa, do you want to read the recommendation out?
I will do. Thank you, Chair. It's recommended that this committee notes the content of the report and that the committee confirms no changes are made to the scheme of delegation dated May 2025 and notes the potential for regulations and accompanying guidance to mandate a national scheme of delegation for planning decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask for a vote, please? Those in favour of those recommendations? Very good. So that is carried. Now, we do have a pre-application developer briefing. I would suggest, if it's agreeable, people, that we take a break first, because obviously it's another hour to go after that. Are people happy with a 45-minute break, or would you prefer an hour? 45 minutes, I think. Oh, Councillor Smart, you're going to go against that one?
Did I miss something then? I didn't see this on the agenda. Is it?
It's item 8,
Item 8. Oh, sorry.
pre-application developer briefing.
Okay.
We took, yes, because we originally thought we'd have another item before, then we had suggested to the developer that they come about 12:30, so I think that would be fine. We'll have a break now. We will resume, what is the time, please, Sarah? Because I've realised the clock here is
7 minutes past.
Okay, shall we resume at 10 to 1, please, if that's okay with people? Thank you. Okay, could you take us off the live stream, please? Good afternoon and welcome to the continuation of the Joint Development Management Committee on Wednesday the 17th of June 2026. As members will be aware, we are moving to agenda item 8, which is a pre-application developer briefing for 163 Cambridge Science Park. The process for this briefing will be that the developers will be invited to present for 20 to 25 minutes, and then members of the committee will be able to ask questions for up to, probably about half an hour we'll try and do. However, as this is the first meeting of the new year, and new members may be unfamiliar with how the pre-application developer briefing process works, I am just going to pass over to Vanessa Blaine, who's our legal advisor, just to remind everyone about how this is run, because obviously it's slightly different from a committee because we are not taking a view here, we're just giving some comments. Vanessa, would you mind just giving people a little briefing?
Thank you, members. I know most of you will all be familiar with how these application or pre-apps work. Oh, sorry. Better? Please don't put yourself in a position where I have to come and talk to you about a suggestion of bias or predetermination. Don't ask questions or say anything such as, and I've heard this, I really hate this application, there is no way I'm going to vote for it. Or, oh, I love this, if we could just add this, it will be marvellous, can't wait to get that through committee. I appreciate you're all very experienced, grown-ups. Don't say it if you think I could be in trouble here.
Thank you very much, Vanessa. Yes, so just to be clear, it's about asking questions and seeking clarification on the presentation and not expressing your opinion on the proposals that would imply any kind of predetermination. I'll now pass over to our developer team. I wonder if you'd be kind enough to introduce yourselves and your colleagues, and then once the presentation is finished, we'll then take some questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, members. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Ron German. I'm from Stanhope plc, the property developers. And I'm joined by Marie-Louise, who's going to talk about sustainability, Robert, who's going to talk to you a little bit about landscaping, and Alex at the end, who's going to lead the presentation on architecture. So just a little bit about Stanhope. We develop primarily workspace and life sciences in London, Cambridge and Oxford. We brought House forward last year to this committee, which you see in that image. And we have 4 other properties on the Cambridge Science Park, 163 being the first of those, which we are able to bring forward shortly. So I'm going to hand over to Alex.
Thanks very much, Ron. Hello, everybody. Thanks for your time today. So I'll take you through a quick presentation that we've put together to kind of introduce the scheme. Effectively, 163 sits to the east of the Cambridge Science Park, next to Milton Road. It's currently a tarmacked and single-storey building, unoccupied element, and it has quite a prominent part to play, we think, as part of the Science Park moving forward. The area itself is quite well connected with several bus routes, bus stops, cycle routes, and of course Cambridge North Station, and indeed the Milton Park and Ride to the north of the area. And we are looking as much as we can to that and the wider master plan aspirations which are coming forward to tie into those with our particular application that's coming forward in due course. So on the outline planning application, which I believe has now been submitted, this is being kind of looked at quite widely by ShedChem and the development team at Stanhope, and we've taken on quite a lot of consultation with Trinity and their architects and their development team to make sure that we are being considerate of the master plan coming forward. And you'll see from some of the slides that we'll show today about the proposals that they take into account some of the key strategic moves that the master plan is looking to do, so working closely with that as we go forward into this application. There is considerable emerging growth amongst the park, which you've probably all been party to. Several developments both in the centre of the Science Park and indeed the periphery and along Milton Road. Merlin Place now nearly completed, quite an exciting building there along Milton Road, and then various other applications which you can see on this particular plan, which didn't just show the innovative nature of those future developments coming forward, and we really want to sit comfortably with those and give them obviously their kind of due status, but as well as kind of match them in terms of their innovative and sustainable technologies. So the existing site, as mentioned before, is actually quite a lovely tree-lined site to the east. It's got some lovely trees there along Milton Road and some trees to the west between 161 and 163. 163 itself is a single-storey metal building. It's unoccupied, tarmacked car park, not particularly inspiring at the moment, and indeed the existing site itself probably not the best for a kind of new future sustainable science park, and indeed the building that we would like to put there, which we feel would better provide the services and requirements of the people coming forward in the future to occupy it. I'll hand over to Marie to briefly speak about BNG.
Yes. So we did survey the site, of course, and we're still on site currently looking closely into particularly tree bats. But the current site, as Alex pointed out, is quite bare at the moment, with the exception of the trees, which classify as woodland to the east boundary of the site. We've done tree surveys of the site and root surveys as well in quite a lot of detail. But ultimately, the baseline of the site for a BNG perspective, a biodiversity net gain perspective, is quite low. So there's a lot of potential here, which you will see come through some of the presentation, in particular what Robert is about to present.
Thank you, Marie. So the other sustainability commitments, which Marie will speak to, which are really strong as well.
Yes, thank you. So these are just the highlights. It's quite key to say, and this is a very strong character of this project, is that sustainability is not an afterthought. It was very much in the brief that we were all set out with, and it will come through some of the slides you're seeing after this. And I'm going to go through some of the highlights, only there's a lot more depth to some of these, and I'll talk in a little bit more detail later. So I'll start with water. We're in a low flood risk zone. There is indication of some surface water flooding in the concreted elements of the photos you've seen previously. And we're dealing with that by raising ground floor by 300 millimeters to make it safe in the event of extreme flooding. And we're working to climate change scenarios to 40%, 1 in 100 year event. We've got a very strong sustainable urban drainage strategy to attenuate stormwater, rainwater through some planted terraces, which you'll see more of later on, a rain garden at ground and permeable paving, and the blue roof at roof level, which you'll see a little bit more as well of later on. And we're connecting to we're discharging to the main foul water system by gravity. We're still looking at the details of that. And then from a water use point of view, we're working towards reducing water use quite considerably. There's been enough uplift of the standards in recent months. We're working towards reducing water use by 55%, using low water fittings, grey-water recycling, and sensors and monitors to make sure that there's no wastage of water. And then I'll just move on to a few other topics there, because there's a lot to cover. Biodiversity, which we've introduced just before, we're achieving an improvement of more than 90%, which is a huge difference. Again, that's a potential we didn't shy away from in the proposal. And you'll see some of what that landscaping looks like. On energy and operational carbon emissions, so we're looking both at carbon in terms of the construction carbon, but also the whole life cycle emissions across the life of this building. So on the energy point of view, on operational energy, we are looking at the standard benchmarking, where we're achieving a 31% saving on theoretical energy consumption, which is driven down by some really good practice on facade design in particular, and then systems, but we're also looking at bridging the gap and looking at more closely at what it would actually look like in a method called Neighbours, which estimates energy use. And with embodied carbon, we are calculating, and for both, we've worked our own targets on best practice. In addition to that, for due diligence and accountability, we are pursuing a BREEAM Excellent rating on the scheme, and that's the latest version of BREEAM, which was only published last September. So it's one of the first schemes to pursue that, so higher ambition than previous versions. I think that's it, Paul. Thank you.
Thanks, Marie. So yeah, really strong sustainability credentials, which we've been working through with both officers and the wider team since the beginning of this project, which has driven actually the design of it in its entirety, so a fabric-first design. A bit of a brief kind of outline in terms of what we're providing, or would like to provide, is 160,000 square foot of GIA space, which will include dry lab and workspace. So dry lab over the first floor, workspace over 6 floors above that, with then a ground and mezzanine below that with the main entrance and end-of-trip facilities like cycles and showers, etc. The facades and the building itself will be driven by science and technology and make it a robust, sustainable solution for the future environment we find ourselves in. So the design strategy is a kind of a nutshell, really, in terms of a high-level concept of how we've approached the site, is to take the redundant building, remove that, recycle it where possible, take that kind of tarmacked area and really enhance the landscape, which Rob will speak to in a minute, with increasing new trees, new biodiversity, new areas for people to sit, new routes, which I'll come on to in a moment, and enhancing that eastern tree canopy, so keeping the tree canopy and enhancing it throughout. We've then created a new main entrance focal point, which can be seen from the loop road, so making that very visible at the moment, which is completely invisible, as 163 is an address, so that people can know where to go, and prioritising that for cyclists and pedestrians, so they can see where their main entrance is and see where they can go and drop their bikes. Creating a new north-south connection, which is part of the master plan ambitions, along that route towards 161 and that kind of western boundary, with then active frontages along that. And then taking cars and putting them under the building and away from the main pedestrian and cyclist circulation routes, so they effectively disappear behind the trees and you don't see them and they're secondary to everyone else's experience of the building. We then created what we call an offset circulation course, is where your stairs and lifts sit, and that looks back towards the park, so views back towards the park, with then your dry lab at first floor, so really having quite a transparent dry lab that's visible to people walking past the building to make sure that science is on show, that people can see what's happening, can see that excitement and innovation that's taking place. Then the workspace sits above that, with then a green roof for our biodiversity requirements. Consultation has been very thorough from the team. We've spoken to many parties involved in the collaborative nature of the Science Park in its entirety, including the Trinity and their team, the Milton Parish Council, which has been very helpful, and obviously creating a very strong relationship with the shared planning services and officers in terms of that development and creativity that's come forward over the last 8 to 9 months. And that has really informed the design of the building. And I think it's kind of credit to the team and the officers that we've got to the design that we've got to. And it's been a really enjoyable process where we started off with quite a simple form and we've refined that over and over again into something that really does work, we think, in terms of the contextual nature of the park and its positioning. We then spent some time on the roof and the roofscape to make sure we provide the required plant requirements within the roof enclosure, but also make sure that roof enclosure is optimising its sustainability aspects, such as solar panels being at a certain angle, so the introduction of a sawtooth roof, and pushing it back from Milton Road so it's sensitive to the layering that's been brought through as part of the OPA. And those things combined making a sensitive approach to the site, particularly next to Milton Road and its impact therein. The facades have also undergone some interrogation and quite a lot of design development over the last few months. And this again has been born out of our relationship with officers and that creative process, starting off with something that was quite kind of double height and mega structure grids, and refining that right down to something much more restrained and elegant that we went to see QRP about and that they quite liked it themselves in terms of that restraint. And something that is very much a fabric first, as I said before, sustainable approach to facades, overheating and reducing the need for energy consumption from day one. And I'll hand back to Marie on that particular element.
Yes, and on that point, this is just a little bit more detailed. So the facade was very sensitive to trying to get the right balance between comfort, not using too much energy in historic and future climate, and getting the right levels of daylight to create a quality space for the occupants and people who are using this building. And that's led to the design as you see it. So it's all very much science-based and data and analytics based as a concept. And those are why we're achieving such good savings on energy, and I think there's potential for more. And then one thing I didn't elaborate too much on is our circular approach. So the current building, as you saw, is not fit for purpose. But we have done a pre-demolition audit, which has identified a huge potential for reuse and recycling. We've identified potentially about 30%, 27-30% of retrieval for reuse and as high quality. and the rest, so very low diversion to landfill, possibly we're aiming for like 99% to 100. And the whole calculation on carbon is really giving us a good benchmark. So we're thinking of carbon in elements that you're not seeing today in the foundations and the type of structure, in the way it's laid out, and also the choice of material on the facade, which I think you're going to elaborate on now.
Thanks, Marie. Yeah, so absolutely. So the materials have been born out of this kind of carbon review, and most buildings should be doing this now. We owe it to the environment to do so. And we've selected a route where we're using GRC, which is glass reinforced concrete. It's very lightweight. It can be used in lots of different tonalities, so we can create some warmth to that. And it is actually much more carbon friendly than things like aluminium, metal cladding and the likes, or even concrete itself. So that view on life to make sure that not only is the fabric sustainable, it also is creating this kind of shaded element with the moulding of the facade itself, which you can see through these images here, where the facade actually has a kind of pointing element which comes out to shade the windows so it doesn't overheat, not too much solar gain is brought into the building itself. And that aligned with creating a grounding to the building and an approach to the building, a new entrance, a double height space as you arrive at 163, a really friendly place for cyclists and pedestrians alike, really enhancing that connection back to the loop road and the approach to the building and its areas. And also from a wider zone, so from Milton Road itself, looking at how the building sits amongst the trees, making sure that fabric first approach is really working effectively in terms of orientational values, setting back the plant screen so that it becomes less oppressive on Milton Road, and really starting to think about that sitting within its context. We've also undergone some verified view testing. These are very, very small on your screen. I'm going to zoom in for everyone's benefit, but these are several kind of distant views as to the cumulative impacts of both the OPA and indeed our site, which you can see there in blue. And you can just see how the OPA will in its entirety probably hide that, but in addition, the views will...
OPA, is that the outline?
Sorry, outline planning application.
Is that for the wider master plan?
Yes,
yeah,
apologies, I should have clarified that. Thank you for checking. The OPA, so the outline planning application, will hide the majority of our development when it comes through to fulfilment. However, in the meantime, we have taken these strategic views, this one from Impington and another one from the Mereway byway, just to show the impact that our building may have in the future at its current scale and design. But again, bearing in mind that some of these cumulative views show that the schemes have been consented, such as Fenway in the foreground in orange here, which will mask our scheme in its entirety in any case.
Do you mind just scrolling in a tiny bit on that last one?
Of course,
I think it
apologies.
probably wasn't as clear. Thank you.
So you can just see here. There you go. Hopefully that's helpful.
Clarify, Fenway is the other development on the rest of Cambridge Science Park, isn't it? It's the intensification.
In the centre, yeah, Brockton, yeah, that's exactly right, yeah. Is that okay? Do you want me to zoom any further? Is that right? Okay, thank you. So then moving on to the ground floor. This is the layout currently of the scheme. And you can see here with the blue and yellow arrows the different access requirements. So the blue is the pedestrian access into the main double height reception lobby, number 4. And the yellow arrow is the cyclist. So I spoke earlier about this north-south connection, which runs to the west of the site. That north-south connection takes people forward through to the rest of the master plan, also connects to the outline planning application requirements that are coming forward, and provides 2 types of cycle storage. So number 1 is for the larger cargo bikes and oversized bikes, which is a specific room for those people. And then number 3 is for the wider cycle population, both within secure locations, both with natural daylight. And then that sits within this kind of existing kind of tree belt, which we're then enhancing to bring in much better BNG and UGF requirements. That being that the BNG is 50% increase. I think that at the moment national policy is 10 and this local area is 20. We're bringing in much, much higher than that. So it's a really good news story from the BNG and habitat potential. And then UGF is as is required by national policy and local policy. So we're really quite happy with the moves we've made to make this a really strong habitable area for the local environment and indeed for local species and trees.
Thank you, Alex. I might just go back to the ground floor plan briefly, if I'm allowed to. So landscape clearly is a really important part of the scheme, as you've already
heard from Alex. And obviously it's important for many reasons. It's to do with placemaking, it gives the character to the site, it's about the setting of the building, it helps with drainage and suds, and it's playing a big part in the creation of biodiversity net gain that you've heard about. So we're thinking about the landscape, and we've worked very closely with the architecture in terms of making it a sort of coherent whole as a development. So we're looking at, for example, a paving scheme that actually runs into the undercroft, runs into the entrance, so there's a sort of breakdown of inside-outside space, creates that sort of continuity and a feeling of pedestrian space, the sort of shared space approach we've taken to the circulation around the building. So we have these paving bands that start outside, run inside, tie everything together in a coherent way. All that paving is permeable, so it's part of the SUD strategy, and some of the drainage is taken into a rain garden that runs along the western side of the site, where we also have the introduction of a new native hedge between this site and our neighbour to the west. There's amenity space to the north that overlooks the pond and the willow tree, so you can see sort of breaking out from the building. A lot of the amenity is also on the roof. We will come to that in a moment. The eastern and southern tree belts are a key part of this site, and we've done everything we can in terms of the siting of the building to retain those trees. There are a number of category U trees within that belt, which we would take out for good arboricultural reasons in any case. And I think there are eight of those that we will remove. There's two or three other trees that need to come out as a result of the development. But the belt itself is actually composed, when you look at it closely, of a lot of non-native trees. The robinias, Norway maple, and so on make up the bulk of that tree belt. And it's because it was planted, all those trees were planted at the same time. It has a very even age structure and a rather, as I say, non-native species structure. So by creating some gaps in that belt, we can introduce new trees, new native species that will then create a much better structure in terms of age and species diversity. And we will also look at introducing a ground flora within there and lower trees that will then create a sort of woodland edge habitat that will then drop down in height towards the building. So, and we will be working with Trinity College, who own the eastern part of that tree belt, so we have a coherent approach to its replanting and management. So we think there's this development can actually bring forward a real advantage in terms of the existing tree belt that's there and the improvement of it. The western side of the site, this diagram shows quite clearly the sort of access where cars are tucked around the back. We've got pedestrians and cyclists heading straight to the entrance into the cycle park, and we've created what we call a sort of planted walk along that west side, which tallies with that north-south connection in the outline master plan. These are some indicative views of what that will look like. So at the top there, you can see that western planted walk. So you've got the native hedge, you've got the rain garden beneath it, and then spaces to sit outside the building in amongst that planting and with good sort of connections into the building visually. And then the bottom image is the other end of that path, looking back south along the planted walk. You can see the breakout space to the north of the building, new tree planting, and the rain garden next to the path. So everything we're doing is about clear wayfinding through the site, as well as enhancing biodiversity and creating spaces for the building's users. And that extends very much up onto the roof. So we see the landscape is something that starts at ground level and has a connection to the roof. And here we have a real opportunity to, and this is where a lot of the biodiversity net gain benefits come, to create a green roof on top of the building. And that wraps around all three sides of the plant enclosure. The possibility that we're looking at of some spaces that are sort of carved out of that green roof for as sort of terraces that are both enjoying the view to the southwest, but also tucked behind the building and out of the wind to the east. There's some technicalities around the fire strategy that we need to work through on the sort of viability of those outdoor spaces. But certainly in terms of the green roof, this is something that we're absolutely convinced we need to deliver for the benefit of the scheme. And with these larger sort of areas of green roof, we imagine the planting will vary in accordance with the microclimate, thinking of a slightly sort of Mediterranean, very drought-tolerant mix of low plants. But actually, when you're on that terrace, it will be a very dramatic backdrop to the outdoor seating spaces. And it has a blue roof underneath, which may be of benefit to the irrigation of that terrace.
Thanks, Robert. Great, lovely. So back to cycles. So we're providing quite a considerable number of cycles. This has been worked out with the trip calculation for the local area. It's 1 in 120, and the cycle store will have 58 Sheffield stands, it will have 185 stackers and 13 oversized bikes. You can see here in a bit more detail on that plan how those oversized cargo bikes will be brought in and how they'll be situated, and also where the Sheffields and stackers sit. And it'll be quite a nice environment. You know, we're looking at glazing that entire cycle store, so there's glass looking back out to the trees, back out to the science park, and then glazing all the way back across the north-south connection to the west, so that you get that transparency through into the building. Car parking as well has been a very key part of this, and we've spoken to the Parish Council in Milton and their concerns on this as well. Working with KMC, who are on the call today to answer any questions later. But we've worked out the number of trips, number of estimated employees, and indeed the number of spaces that gives us. And I think at the end of the day, 125 spaces have been provided on the site. And this is, you know, it's quite a constrained site. We're making sure we're not trying to damage any of the trees. So doing that in a kind of justifiable way is being quite challenging, but we're trying to do our best there. And creating a series of car parking spaces. And that utilisation of spaces is being done through stackers, so mechanical car stackers, which have 3 tiers that sit and they raise and lower into the ground. So they become invisible effectively apart from the top tier car. So it effectively looks like a surface level car park underneath the building at a kind of daily use. And that we feel is quite innovative and in keeping with the science park and its technological advances that we're quite excited about. So 125 spaces in total of a ratio of 1 in 120 square metres. Which is where we've worked out. And I'll say that Matthew from KMC is on the call today to answer any questions about parking, if you may have them. We're also proposing 6 EV charging spaces, which will be rapid EV charging spaces. So that again aligns with policy. In terms of the workspace itself, what we've tried to do here is create a very flexible floor plate. And that is to cater for the emerging types of occupants that are coming forward in the parks today. And not all occupants need lots of space. Now, some people may need a whole floor plate, may need the whole building, but it's divisible up to 4 and 3 and 2 units per floor, which allows for small starting companies to come through, like grassroots companies, or indeed smaller AI and robotics firms to come into the building. So it is that diversity and flexibility really does allow for those kind of multiple type of occupants that may come in to this area. So our kind of commitments really is to bring forward sustainable redevelopments, which is effectively an underutilised site at the moment, support the master plan in its vision and Trinity's vision for the science park, and also try and bring as much of the feedback from officers and the parish councils and all the other people who have collaborated amongst this process with the project to bring forward what we feel will be a really sustainable fabric first building to 163. That we are very excited about, and we really thank you for your time and look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. That was perfectly timed. I was just checking that was your last slide. Thank you. So members, do we have any comments or questions? Just bearing in mind again that we're not trying to avoid being predetermined. Councillor Smart and Councillor Illingworth and then Councillor Stobart. I'll go with you first and then Bennett and Bradnam. Councillor Smart.
Thank you for the presentation. Just first, you should say a family member works on the science park in a company there. I think it'd be useful if you showed exactly where it is on Milton Road. I don't think you did that unless I missed that. I know roughly, but you didn't really say that in the presentation, I don't think. And the other thing I'd say is one slide showed I think it was a section through a building that showed the stories, and because there was a mezzanine and a sort of roof construction, it was labelled as having 7 stories, but it looked more like 9. So I don't know whether that's what you intend it to be, 7 stories or 9 stories. I mean, we've had this before where, because story floor to ceiling heights are going up with modern buildings, the total height of the building can be higher. So I guess in planning terms, we probably have a maximum height in metres for a building, but it will be useful to have clarity around that, I think. And I think that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll just take a few questions if that's all right and then let you come back. So Councillor Illingworth and then Councillor Stobart, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And thank you for the presentation. So I've got 4 questions, actually. So glass reinforced concrete panels, are they in any way related to reinforced autoclaved aerated concrete? Green, you kept mentioning the roof. One time it was a green roof, and then the next time it had solar panels on it. Which is it, or is it both? And finally, is the car parking underground or on the ground floor? And I think that was it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just take Councillor Stobart as well, if that's okay, and then we'll come back to the developers.
Chair, thank you, and thank you, team. So this concerns cooling load on the building, and the location allows, and the design team have nicely presented the way in which trees will be enhanced and changed. So in relation to trees, so first of all, that planting that's proposed, how much is it reducing the cooling load? And a related question, the green roof, again, has an effect on cooling load. So what is the contribution of the green roof, and perhaps a comparison green roof to trees in terms of the effect on the cooling load? The reason I'm asking this question, these are quite significant considerations in, for example, just general building management, but we've always got in mind overheating as a phenomenon. And then if I could just ask, we talked about native species, but native species might not be so well adapted to future conditions where there isn't so much water and the temperatures are generally higher. So a native species necessarily the right way to go, and should we be changing our view of what native species actually would fit best in such a development?
Thank you very much. So I think we had something about the height, something about the mechanics of the panels, the PV, and then the trees and the cooling. So I'll be grateful for any responses. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much for the questions. All very intelligent, well-informed questions. So firstly, apologies, I didn't show where the site was clearing up at the beginning. So this is a plan of Milton Road. If I zoom in a bit, it might hopefully be a bit clearer, which is, you can see down here, the new Merlin Place scheme is where my, you see my mouse on there? Maybe if I mark it up, it might be a bit easier. I can go to this.
If you right-click and do laser pointer. That's what we normally tell the planning officers.
Can you see where that little red square is? Yeah, so that's Merlin Place, which is just coming out of the ground now, so that's on the junction. And then Milton Road runs up, and then our site is just here, the black building there, that's 163. So it's just slightly further up from Merlin Place in terms of its view through from Milton Road and the approach from Cambridge. Hopefully that satisfies. I mean, I'm happy to go into it further, but hopefully that's clear where that is now in terms of Merlin Place being the marker. It's interesting because it's invisible at the moment, 163, because it's so low, it sits behind the trees, you can't see. Okay, and then the other question, so again, thank you very much for those. The height, yes, that is a very good question and something that comes up time and time again. So if I go back to this section. So yes, the building has a ground floor and a mezzanine, which are effectively together about 6 meters in height. And they wrap around the building as the plan showed, and I'll go back to that in a minute, and they incorporate also the Undercroft car park. So to answer a later question, the parking isn't at basement, it's actually at Undercroft, so it's grade level, but sits below the building, so it's hidden out of sight, below the kind of soffit of the first floor of the building, which is 6 meters up in the air. And then you have 1 story of dry lab and then 6 stories of workspace, so 7 stories overall. And there's a very good point about the plant enclosure. So the plant enclosure isn't really considered as an accessible story per se. It's mainly got mechanical plant and future provision for the science dry lab elements that might happen within it. So we wouldn't necessarily class it as a habitable story because it's not workspace nor dry lab space. It is simply a plant enclosure on the roof. So the roof really is on top of the 7 overall stories, 6 of workspace, 1 of dry lab. So then some of the other questions. So the GRC panels, that was a very intelligent question. I probably don't have all the answers for you today, but Certainly, the GRC panels will be as lightweight as possible, and we'll be going to manufacturers to understand what they can offer us. We'll try and go to people that provide a low carbon impact in terms of the mix in the actual concrete that's used. And because it will be a moulded element, not a panelled element, they'll layer it with obviously the glass fibres and the concrete. And that concrete mix will be, integral to what that kind of carbon outlay is. But in order to keep it light as possible is the reason why we're using it. So it'll definitely be a light version of GRC, the details of which we can provide at a later stage, or indeed with any forthcoming planning application, if that's something that the committee would like to see. It's not a problem. But sorry, I haven't got the specific.
Alex, there was a specific question which was about its relationship or not to RAC. So RAC is a very, as you're probably aware, is a very dangerous type of concrete which we are demolishing wherever we find it these days. So they're not in any way related to that, and it's a completely different kind of technology.
Great. Thanks, Ron. Okay. Yeah. So should we talk about the solar panels? So the solar panels will sit on top of the plant enclosure. So to answer the question, it's a bit of both, really. If I go back to the roof plan, that might be quite helpful. So effectively, where this, I'll draw in a little box. That's quite helpful, isn't it? Oops. Where the plant enclosure is, that is where the PVs will sit. So they sit on top of that at an angle of 20 degrees. So where that red zone is, that'll be the sawtooth roof, which will contain the PVs. And then the green roof will wrap all the way around it. So the green roof isn't, disturbed by those PVs. The PVs sit on top of the plant enclosure. And again, as I was saying before, the sawtooth has been developed to make sure that they angle at 20 degrees, so they're optimum performance in terms of how they operate. So hopefully that answers that one.
While you're talking about that, I'm sorry, I don't understand how solar panels and green roof can take up the same space. Could you just clarify?
Yes, so it's different layers, effectively, if I try and find...
Just while you're finding the drawing. The answer is they're not actually taking up the same space. I think you need to share. So on the top of the roof plant space is where the solar PVs are, and then adjacent to those is the green space at a lower level. So, correct.
Yeah. So this diagram is probably quite helpful to explain that. So effectively, the solar panels will sit up here in these red rectangles, so on the sawtooth at 20 degrees. And then the green roof will sit down here, around them and below them. So they don't occupy the same space. And that is why the green roof is kind of like a C shape almost that sits around the PVs. Cooling, yeah.
Can you go back to the section? I think it's
The cross-section.
Cross-section, yes. So with the cooling load, we're very conscious of this. It's the one we attack first, and that's through some quite detailed modelling we've been doing in collaboration with Alex and his team from the beginning. You can see that your question was around the impact of the tree. You can see that the tree heights will probably only really shade the reception area and the cycle storage spaces, and partially in the winter months, the dry lab. So we've taken an approach of designing the facade and getting the right balance of transparency and solidity based on the orientation of each facade. So we're limiting it on the south side, the east and the west, of course, as well, because they get the buildup of heat across the day. And the north, then we just had to be careful it doesn't get too cold in a future extreme winter condition. So we've used both historic climate data and future climate data, the most up-to-date according to the CCC, the Climate Change Committee. So what you've seen as a concept, the facade that was presented in the GRC images is actually responding to those percentages, which also have to balance daylight. So we couldn't do too much of that because then power comes on with electrical lighting. And everything is modelled and optimised. There'll be refinements throughout, but we're landing on a very happy place where we're not using too much energy for cooling and not using too much energy for lighting. So we'll keep doing that. And part of the detailed modelling is checking that all the time.
So in summary, the answer is no, we're not relying upon the trees. We're designing it as though the trees aren't even there, and to the extent that they do benefit the cooling load, that's a bonus.
And you asked about the roof. Yes, so the green roof does contribute, so the terracing does contribute to insulation. But again, we're taking a conservative approach and ensuring that the slab and the insulation and the blue roof are doing that. Ultimately, it's a target U value, we call it, which the terrace will contribute to, but we can't rely on the terrace soil, despite the depths of soil we're providing, etc. In the way we model things, we need to ignore that, but we will benefit for it because it's a cooling-led building. So the offices below that terrace will benefit from that extra insulation.
Thank you very much. I think Councillor Illingworth asked a question about the underground parking, which I have to say I was going to ask about as well. We've just obviously had one this morning. They're taking out all of the underground parking because of the carbon footprint. I don't know if someone would like to address that. I think, Councillor Illingworth, you asked about underground parking, didn't you?
Yes, I wasn't clear if it is underground. In other words, are you going to dig out a cellar, or whether it's on the ground floor? In which case, why do you need a car lift if it's actually on the ground floor?
Yes, no, it's a very good question. So there is no basement. There is no basement. So we're not excavating a basement. It's grade parking with pits, individual pits, for the cars to sink into in their stacker positions. So the reason we're doing that is because it gives as much flexibility as possible for as many cars as possible on the site to reduce the car loading on other areas, such as Milton Village, for example.
We'll pick that one up later, then I suspect, 'cause it looks like lots of people
Perhaps
might
we
want to ask about
can
that.
just try once more on the parking, because unfortunately, you probably need a better diagram than perhaps we showed you. But essentially, the idea is you arrive at grade, in other words, at ground level, you arrive, you park your car, and depending on where you are in the stack, the cars, you have to be able to go up or down in that stack, because there's 3 cars in a stack. They move up and down in order to either put your car in or take your car out. To do that, you need a pit. Does that make sense? No, okay.
Let's hold that thought.
We'll provide a drawing.
We'll maybe talk about that later. I'm aware, I think that's answered the questions we had. We now have Councillor Bennett, Councillor Bradnam and Councillor Griffin, please, in that order. Oh, and I'll put you on the next list, Councillor Smart.
Thank you, Chair. Could I start off with a very simple question? We've been caught out on this before because different types of buildings, different stories have different heights. Would it be possible for you to confirm the overall height in metres with and without the rooftop plant? I think we'd find that really quite useful. The second one is on the parking provision. I'm quite excited about this car lift stacker, but I'd be concerned because we have a tendency with cars to be supersizing them and getting larger and larger. And if you just have plain ground floor parking, you can obviously just move the chalk lines. Can your stacker cope with cars supersizing? And if not, how much leeway have you got in the design? The other issues are on cycle parking. A lot of our residents like to commute on e-bikes. Are there provisions for e-bikes and charging? And also, a personal question, mobility scooters. Also, have you considered fire safety if you're providing parking for e-bikes and scooters and charging points? Or it's an assumption sometimes that people will just take out the batteries and charge them at their desk, but that's not actually possible for a number of models. It's just too heavy to carry. And also, this is one of my passion issues, but have you consulted the Design Out Crime Panel and thought about the experience for lone employees perhaps working out of standard hours and using the car and cycle parking? And particularly, have you thought about lighting and CCTV to enhance employee safety? And that's all my points.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. I'll just collect up a couple more, if that's okay. We've got Councillor Bradnam and Councillor Griffin. Yes, Councillor Griffin, yeah.
Sorry, I have a number of questions, if you'll bear with me. I noticed in your presentation you referred to raising the floor by 300 millimetres to make it safe from flooding. And for that reason, I'm concerned about your stacker having a pit, because it suggests that you will need to use some of the underground space in order to provide the pit for the stacker. I also know this area quite well myself, and I know the ground water level is very close to ground level. Sorry, the water level is close to ground level, so I think there might be a problem there. Also, when we've had stackers proposed in previous planning arrangements in other developments, as time's gone on, the stacker has come out because it's been deemed to be too expensive and impractical. And also, is that something that the driver would go up in, or would the car go into it and go up on its own? And the practicality of that, and suppose it goes wrong, and how do you get your car back, and all that kind of thing. I just wondered, how does that all work with a stacker? And like Councillor Bennett, I would like to know the total over the total height plus the plant height, if you can give it to us. I'd also like to know what sort of treatment you're proposing for the surface of the building, because you said you aimed for it to be restrained and elegant. So I'd just like to know, is it going to be a particular colour or not, or just neutral, or, you know, so that would be useful to know. Just a summary of the number of car parking spaces that are there now, the number that will be in the new building, the number of cycle parking spaces now and in the new building would be useful to know. Like others have said, I'm concerned about the proposed removal of 8 yew trees, and it may well be that non-natives have a better opportunity of survival than natives as we go forward and in a warming world. So it might be worth leaving those in, unless the yew trees have got some ill health issue. And what was the other thing? No, I'll leave it at that for the time being.
Thank you, Councillor Patton. That was quite a few. Well, actually, Councillor Griffin, do you want to go ahead and we'll add them on?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. Could you return to the slide that showed the section, I think you called it, the side view? Yeah. So, I have a question, basic question. When you're building a building like this and provisioning those floors, what is the difference between how you provision the workspace and how you provision the dry lab? The reason I'm asking that is, you know, it's very hard to predict the future market conditions. So we may have a glut of lab space in Cambridge in 15 years' time, or we might have exactly the opposite, you know, not enough lab space. So how difficult would it be to convert those workspaces into lab space, or to eliminate lab and change it into workspace? So you see where I'm going. How flexible is this design? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, there are quite a few questions there, so please take them as you wish.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the questions. Again, excellent questions. So should we do heights first? Because that's probably the simplest one to answer. So yes, in order to answer the question, I'm going to just use this section actually. So the height to what we call the parapet, which is the roof of the building, the main roof of the building, is 33.8 metres. And the height, and this is from ground level, so ground is 0. So 33.8 metres from ground is 0. Then the height to the very top of the PVs, which sit on top of the plant enclosure, is 40 metres from ground being 0. So the heights, they are the actual heights we'll be submitting as factual numbers. Stackers. The stackers are of joy conversation to us. We talk about them a lot amongst the design team. And there's some really good questions that came out of that. We ourselves have asked the manufacturers. So I think one of them was, how do we cater for different sized cars and the growing cars, you know, cars getting bigger, which is a very good point. And the manufacturer, who is a German manufacturer, they're called War, and they create these stackers and they deliver them all across the country. And they have a survey, and they've done a survey on massive SUVs all the way through to like little kind of Renault ones or Clios and all the rest of it. And they say these are the gauges of cars that we're seeing in the market. This is plus 10% for future expansion. And then we design our stackers to accommodate those, because they're selling them to us as well, right? So it's not like us trying to kind of go, oh, this is all going to work, it's all going to be fine. We're like, no, does it work? And they do, and they've got graphs to prove that. And we can share that in any forthcoming application if that's helpful. So we're quite confident that the sizes will be catered for, especially in Cambridge with a lot of Land Rover use, we've noticed, and Range Rover use, so, which is an interesting one given Cambridge is so flat.
Alex, it might also be just worth confirming, they also accommodate DDA spaces, which is quite unusual, so you could actually create disabled spaces in a stacker form, which probably comes to one of the other questions around, people don't go up and down in the car, they go in the car, park the car, and the car will remotely be parked.
Thank you, yes, exactly. So I was going to come on to the operation. So yes, you don't sit in the car at all. You take the car to the space, drive it in, come out of the car, press a button, and it goes up or down, and the next person can come in. And the system is designed to have fail-safes, obviously, guarding, so on and so forth, and there are protections in place that you can't get trapped effectively.
So that again, why would the car go down if you're not putting cars in the basement?
So the pits that the car sits in, they're not traditional traditional basements where you excavate a large area and you have, say, grey parking or plants or other such things. These are, they're almost like kind of holes that take the size of the stacker and they just go down individually.
Right, but there's still, the point we were asking about, I think all of us have been asking about, is are they going to be below ground? And the answer is yes.
2 of the cars per stacker bay will be below
They will
ground.
go down, 2 of the cars will be below ground level.
Correct, yeah.
In order for you to be able to come out or in at ground level, you have to have the ability to either the cars to go up or go down, because they're in a stack of 3. So that you have to have the headroom and you have to have a pit in order to make sure that whichever stack you're in, if you're in the topmost stack of the cars, the other cars have to go down in order for you to get your car out.
Chair, are you happy that I pursue this a little bit?
Can I suggest what we'll do is we'll just run through the other questions. I feel like lots of people want to ask more about the cars, so shall we come back to that as a separate item?
And I feel like it would benefit if we actually, when the time comes, give you a lot more information in practice how it works.
I think it's fair to say that members probably feel they might need some more information about that coming forward, in particular, obviously, relating to the carbon and not having a basement or having a basement, because that, I think, is presumably going to be shown in the carbon calculations. Yes, of course.
If I can come in, if I may, because interestingly, this has prompted a lot of questions around the car parking stacking system, which is really interesting. It's quite an innovative system for Cambridge. I suggest that we can share the company details, if you refer to the German company, because some really interesting projects that they're showing on their website. And I think that would be really useful for background information to see where it's been done elsewhere to hopefully address some of the concerns or just the need for more information about this type of parking system, if that would be okay. We'll share that after the meeting.
Thank you. I think just to add my own, it would be interesting to see how EV charging works with that, because obviously, that is unclear. So that would be very helpful, Philippa, if your officers are willing to circulate that. I think we still had some other questions, so we got rather stuck on the cars, so I'll let you move on to those. Sorry.
Before we go on, I did ask about could they compare the number of cars now with the number of cars in the...
Yeah, I think that was on one of the slides. I think it was 55 versus 125, wasn't it, if I remember correctly?
Correct, yeah, 55 versus 125.
Thank you.
So 55 today, 125 in the proposal. Right, CCTV and lighting security. So yes, we've spoken to a security specialist on this particular project, and they've advised us, they've done a survey of the site, and they've advised us of the safety requirements that we need. Now, this area of Cambridge Science Park, their survey and their information tells us that it's not a high crime area at all. Car theft is an issue, but everything else is not an issue from their security revision of it. And what they've said to us is that we'll need CCTV in the car park and we'll need lighting in the car park. We need to be careful with that lighting because we don't want to disturb the bat corridor, which sits to the east. So that lighting will be facing downwards. It'll be designed in such a way that it doesn't disturb the bats, but will be on sensors so that when people go into the Undercroft, it picks those people up, and the CCTV there for everyone's security. There is also a metal fence line to the east boundary amongst the trees, which does offer a level of security to the park against Milton Road, which is in existence, and if needs to be, will be repaired or improved. However, from the survey results, it's shown that the fence itself is very secure, very good condition, and will last another 10 to 20 years at least, we're being told. Hopefully that answers the questions on security. Thank you. In terms of scooters, mobility scooters, charging scooters, yeah, all really good questions. Certainly provision will be provided for charging scooters in place. And to answer the question on fire safety, which is another very pertinent point, there is a fire suppression system throughout the building. That means that there is sprinklers throughout the entire building and on the Undercroft car park. There is a water tank below the ground that contains that water at any one time to put out a fire in any part of the building whatsoever. And that's the highest category of sprinkler tank that we can get. There was another question about EV parking and charging. The EV charging isn't within the stackers because you can do it, you can definitely do it, but it makes it quite complicated. So what we've done is we put the EV charging to the south of the building, which is outside of the building envelope itself, to keep those electric, not guaranteed that will be where all the electric cars go, but certainly where the charging of the electric cars is, that's where they'll be, which was deemed the safest route to go down in terms of life and fire safety, which of course is the most important thing. Let's talk about tone. I don't know, were there any for you?
There was a couple of trees.
Okay, I'll come back to that. So tone of the building. Yes, we've had long conversations with officers on that. And I think one thing that's quite helpful in this particular presentation is this image here. So this sort of kind of level of warmth. So if you imagine a bit like this actually, a building kind of stone effect cladding, it'll be something of that ilk. We can't guarantee that it's going to be exactly like that, but something of that nature of saturation. It won't be white. It won't be grey, it'll be warm, it'll be welcoming. And the GRC is a fantastic thing because you can edit it and mould it and create lots of different things within it to make it more kind of warmer, to get different patination, to get different etching. So it's quite a malleable material that we're quite excited to work with officers and yourselves to get the right tonality, to get the right colour. But we would like something warm, certainly, that's not like a bright, bold colour. You know, we're not interested in that at all. We want something that's, you know, of sufficient tonality that sits with the wider Cambridgeshire area and do that due justice, I think. Okay, trees.
Trees. Thank you. There's a couple of questions on trees, and I think I probably confused everyone by talking about yew trees when I actually meant yew trees. So in the British Standard classification for tree surveys, there's a category of tree in terms of quality, which is category U. So they're not yew trees, Y-E-W, they're category yew trees, the letter U. So apologies for that confusion. So there are I think, 8 trees which are categorised as category U, and that therefore in our borocultural terms should be removed. They're, I think, a mixture of mostly sort of Norway maples and robinias. And they, you know, those are trees that we should be removing anyway, whether or not we were carrying out this development. So there aren't actually any yew, as in taxus, trees on the site. So apologies for the confusion. And then on the native, that's a couple of really good questions on the native species point. And I totally agree. I don't think we should be planting native species everywhere. I think certainly in our practice, we're thinking about better trees for the future in terms of climate, in terms of resilience, particularly in urban situations, water stress, urban heat. So definitely looking at other species that aren't native. And also thinking about planting more broadly in terms of, you know, species that are contributing as much as they can in terms of biodiversity as well as climate. So definitely not looking at a species of 100% native. But we are trying to slightly redress the balance because at the moment, pretty much all the planting on the site is non-native. And particularly when it comes to things like the hedgerow, we're trying to create a kind of ecological corridor, and that habitat will be really important for wildlife. So we're thinking the hedgerow might be predominantly native. We're thinking of adding some native species into the tree belt, just because there aren't any at the moment. So it would be just redressing the balance a little bit with the species selection and bringing in the natives. But by no means are we looking at 100% native species. And I totally agree with you. I think when it comes to climate, we simply don't know which trees are going to prosper in the future, so we should be planting as many different things as we can and not putting all our eggs in one basket. So a really good question.
And then I believe there was another question about flexibility, and not to forget that very important question.
Should I pick that one up?
Yeah, I was going to say. It's very good.
So, yeah, we've been developing science buildings now for about 10 years. We've got about 2 million square feet of development of either completed or future life sciences, as well as commercial space that we do. So it's obviously a subject dear to our heart as well, about sort of where does science go? And the reality is, of course, is science moves on quicker than building fabric does. So what we're trying to do in this particular context here is recognise the future direction of science as best we know it, and also recognising that within the Cambridge market there is an awful lot of wet laboratories today, and actually a lot of wet laboratories that have been consented that are going to come forward. What there isn't is much in the way of dry labs, and in the way science is evolving, there's a lot more computational science, there's a lot more robotics coming into science, and so the dry lab is a response to that. It's not yet clear just how much of that there is, but we want to make some provision for that because we do think that's a missing component, if you like, within the Cambridge ecosystem, if you want to call it that. There's an awful lot of science actually happens now in office space. So a lot of the office floors, although we call them office floors, we actually envisage quite a lot of that being science-based usage as well as more conventional office. In terms of future adaptability and flexibility, it's quite hard to change office space into lab space because, certainly wet labs, because of the very specific requirements they need. It's certainly much more straightforward, for example, to change the dry lab into more conventional type office space. And I guess in all of this, what we're trying to do is we're trying not to over-specify a building from carbon terms and everything else by trying to be all things to all people. We're trying to determine as best we can where we think the market demand will be and optimize a building for that market. Otherwise, we'll just end up, say, over-specifying everything in the hope that, you know, it will hit the mark. And I don't think that's an appropriate way forward. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you very much. I have a couple of questions myself. Councillor Smart, you had put your hand up previously. Are you still interested in speaking?
Do you?
Well, okay, I'll take Councillor Smart, Councillor Illingworth, Councillor Bradnam, and then I will just ask a few things. Then, if possible, I'd like to draw it to a close, because I think we're running at just about half an hour now. So, go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Yeah, thanks. I'll try to be brief soon. I bet you wish you'd never mentioned the fancy car things. But maybe, Robert, you could put trees in them and, you know, get the BNG up, perhaps. But and I suspect they won't even happen. But so on the height, I'm glad we finally got to the height, which Councillor Bennett sort of bottomed out there with 40 metres. So that's a fair bit more than the Merlin Place development you mentioned yourself, which is about 30 metres, I think. So that's interesting to note. On trees, Robert, I was in King's College the other day in the Master's Garden. They've got a tree there, or trees, that last about 40 years, apparently, I think, and then that's the end of the tree. So often these planning applications, we get trees come forward, and the idea is the trees are forever, but often the developments aren't forever because office buildings last 25, maybe 50 years max. I don't know, it depends. You know, often they just get knocked down and rebuilt, don't they? So will you be doing the same for the trees? Are the trees going to last? Are you aiming that they stay there forever, or a certain number of years and then get replaced with other trees? And the angled front shape at the front of the building is interesting, a sort of polygon on shape. I'm not going to say I like it, because Vanessa wouldn't like that, but it's an interesting shape, and it is very reasoning for that. And finally, on the glass reinforced composite material you described, obviously that's for the cladding. I presume that will hang on traditional steel reinforced frame, concrete frame. Did you consider timber at all? CRT? Which might have been more sustainable. You could have architected it in from Austria. You're right next to the A14. We built St Matthew's Primary School with timber, and that was in the centre of town. That was possible, so just a thought.
Thank you. I'll just take questions from Councillor Illingworth.
Yes, sorry to go back to car parking. Is there any of these stackers anywhere in the UK, preferably not too far from Cambridge at the minute?
Thank you.
And can I just rehash the concrete? Clearly, my first question was, there was a safety implication with the concrete you're proposing. So if you could come back at the planning application stage with a bit of information on its safety, and also how it weathers. Concrete, in my observation, doesn't weather terribly well, unlike natural stone, for instance. So I'd just like to know if this stuff weathers nicely or whether it looks a bit ugly when it's 10 or 15 years old. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you. Yes, thanks to Councillor Smart for drawing our attention. The question I was going to come back to was the height, and you said it's going to be 40 metres to the top of the plant, 33.8 to the top of the parapet, and Councillor Smart has pointed out that Merlin Place is 30 metres. Now, I wanted to know how does the height of this building compare with the buildings that are currently going up on the southeast side of the A14, A10 interchange. There is a redevelopment of buildings which used to be the Ionos building on the southeast side, and that's being developed as well. So I wanted to know, how does those heights of this building compare with those on the other side of the road? Because as we've identified, it's already 10 metres taller than Merlin. So, and have you considered, I ask this purely as a question, have you considered using fewer stories?
Thank you. I think some of those, we're very happy to have more information come back later, particularly around things that members have mentioned would be useful to see were it to come forward to full planning permission. I think Councillor Smart asked about cross-laminated timber and construction methods. And
I'd like an answer now about how it compares with the buildings on the other side.
yeah, I mean, obviously, in terms of comparison with buildings on the other side, I'm not sure if you're able to provide that now, but if not, I was going to say similar, that when it comes to planning, it would be useful to have as many visuals as possible, because obviously the land is different heights and things, so it's much more helpful to see other indicative plans. Would you like to talk about the cross-laminated timber?
Yes, absolutely, thank you. So yes, we did consider different frame typologies, and we do build buildings out of CLT and hybrid and all sorts of things these days. I think with this particular building, the timber form construction, there are a few issues we found from the market, from lettability. So a building that's multi-storey, that's full timber, in terms of insurances, it's quite tricky. Because the timber in the UK, under regulatory standards these days, is quite difficult to build with. And that is a UK building regulations issue and fire safety issue. Single-storey, two-storey, three-storey buildings are probably fine. Anything beyond that, multi-storey, becomes slightly challenging. The carbon story of timber and CLT, having done it several times, is also an interesting one. On the face of it, it seems like it's very sustainable. But actually, when you look into the glue and the lamination of it, the timber itself isn't, to actually recycle that timber is quite tricky. And indeed, the actual providers and manufacturers of timber and, hybrid structures, there are some in the UK, but they're often actually in Austria and, European countries. So the transportation of bringing that material to the site is often hugely more carbon intensive than it is in terms of its overall kind of carbon story, I guess. So there are several factors that we considered when we looked at these things. And actually the concrete system that we're going for, which is a very thin concrete slab system, is kind of quite carbon friendly actually in its entirety. The recycling of that is yet to be seen, but I guess in terms of a day one buildability perspective, we feel quite confident about that solution. So hopefully that...
So just add to that, the dry lab requirements couldn't actually be achieved in timber, so there's particular requirements around loading and vibration characteristics that timber can't cope with, but concrete can. So again, that's fed into our overall proposition for this one. Because you may have remembered on Kett House last year on Station Road, we are actually proposing a timber hybrid construction on that one, but that's because the market requirements are such that we can actually accommodate timber there, which we cannot do on the the lower floors of this building.
Thanks, Ron. In terms of the safety of the GRC, we have built several buildings with the GRC. It's a very safe system as long as all the fire stopping is done correctly. It's absolutely kind of, you know, UK regulatory safe, and it's inert in the fact that when you burn it, it's not going to, like, you know, melt instantly. It's got a long burn cycle. In addition to that, there was a question about weathering. Now, again, this has come up time and time again. It's something that we're very aware of and alive to, because the weathering of GRC is always being compared to concrete, and rightly so. It's a concrete-based material. So there is clear, like, liquids that are applied to the face of the GRC, and they allow water, instead of to soak into the GRC, it runs off it like a duck's back, effectively, like feathers. So it will just literally, you'll see droplets on the face of the GRC. So that means that it won't actually go into the concrete, it won't stain it, and it will not leave long-lasting effect issues to it. So these are all quite technical things.
I think, again, as and when it comes towards planning, those are probably issues that members would probably hope would be addressed. As I think no one else is asked this bit, I'm just going to ask a few questions, which surprisingly no one else asked. I thought you'd all do it for me. So I'd always mention cargo bikes, the more the merrier, because they'll have fewer car use if you can do that. And I'd note changing places, toilets, and it'll be interesting when it comes forward to see about public access. Are you going to have a cafe? Those kind of things are important. I note you're aiming for BREEAM Excellent. We have had a few come through at BREEAM Outstanding, so I'm sure we'd normally urge people to aim as high as you can. And I particularly just wanted to mention water, both foul and clean. Again, obviously, as you're aware, Anglian Water got holding objections on a lot of these sites at the moment. I think it would be really useful to know a bit more. I think you said 55% reduction. Is that from what there is now, or is that from what you're predicting in the building? And particularly foul water, we've had some discussions with various tenants on the Science Park about how that can be better managed, possibly using some of the water systems that are already there. And finally, I think when it comes forward for me, it would be useful to see about how you're going to segregate the cycleways. I could see on the visuals they weren't different colours, so it's that managing conflict. So I don't need any answers to those now particularly, but I think for me they were areas that I thought would be important to come forward towards planning. Does anyone else have anything else to ask? No, I think, well, I thank all of the developers very much for coming and presenting that. I hope that was helpful. If there's any extra information you can provide, as Philippa mentioned, about car park arrangements and things like that, particularly whether there's any in the UK, that would be really useful to have later. So I will say thank you very much. We're now going to, I will just remind members, the next JDMC meeting is taking place on the 15th of July. And if you're not able to attend, please can you arrange for your alternate and let us know, just so we can make sure it's quorate. I'm going to close the formal meeting now. I'd just ask if members could stay behind for a quick discussion about some admin matters, if that's okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time. Thank you, everybody.
Live stream, please?
Thank you.